All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the council meeting of February 19th, 2020. This is a special meeting of the Princeton Council, and I welcome you all to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to start tonight by thanking many of you who are here who are also in this room last night. And we all appreciate everyone's interest in this project and your engagement. I just wanted to run through how things were going to work tonight, and then we'll get into the meat of the meeting. So we're going to have some public comment. If anybody wants to make a comment on anything that's not on the agenda, we'll start with that. Then we have the ordinance public hearing, which is on the redevelopment plan. This was what was heard yesterday by the planning board. Our planner, Michael Laplace, is going to run through what's in the redevelopment plan. We'll get the report from Council President David Cohen on what happened at the planning board last night. Then we'll open up the public hearing and we'll bring that back to council for a vote. The rest of the agenda is somewhat interrelated to one another. We have Kevin McManaman here, who's helping us with legal services on those pieces of it. And so he'll be giving a presentation on the rest of the items on the agenda. We'll have council questions on those. We'll open it up for public comment, and then we'll bring it back to council for a vote on those items. So that's the plan for tonight. I also recognize that if anybody's still watching, there's the Democratic debate at 9 p.m., which hopefully most people are taping because we're probably not going to be done by then. But I would just ask when you're making your comments that everybody keep in mind it's been late night last night. This is super important, but we want to make sure everybody gets heard too. All right, so with that, I'd like to open up the microphone for public comment for anybody who has any comment on anything that's not on tonight's agenda. Okay, seeing no one, we'll close the public comment and take up Ordinance 2020-7, Ordinance adopting a redevelopment plan for property located on Thanet Road, designated as Lot 4 in Block 5502 on the tax map of Princeton, pursuant to NJSA 40A 12A-7. And I'd like to welcome up our planner, Michael Laplace, to run us through the contents of the redevelopment plan.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. What you have before you is I'm going to give an overview similar to what was presented to the planning board about the proposed redevelopment plan for Thanet Road site, which contains the buildings with addresses 100, 101 Thanet Road. This is an overview of the presentation and the process that we're undergoing with this redevelopment plan. I'm going to kind of go quickly and then we'll highlight certain aspects of the process. This is the big first question: what is redevelopment? Redevelopment is a tool in municipal land use law in the state of New Jersey. It's an extension of zoning powers, and it gives municipality, in partnership with developers, more flexibility in terms of design and hopefully a better outcome in terms of the development of a site. So these are some of the steps that have already been taken by the municipal government. This council directed the planning board to investigate the area in need of redevelopment. The planning board did that, looked at the site, investigated it, called for a plan. Public hearings were held, 2 of them. The planning board met last night, the second hearing. The hearing was actually continued to last night, and with the focus of considering the redevelopment plan in the context of our municipal master plan. Step 5 is what's before you this evening. This come back to the municipal council. Council President Cohen will be reporting out on what happened last night at the planning board. And these are some steps that will be taken to finish out the process. This is an overview of what's actually being considered. This is a non-condemnation study area under the redevelopment law. The requirement is that the municipality has to state whether it's intention to use condemnation or eminent domain powers or not. In this case, this would be a non-condemnation process. This is a description of the site. Some of these slides that you'll be seeing now just give you an idea of where the property in question is located. It's an area in the northeasterly corner of Princeton, roughly east of North Harrison Street and east of North Harrison and north of Terhune, centering on the existing cul-de-sac, extended cul-de-sac of Thanet Road. This is the existing development that is on the site. It consists of 2 office buildings, each of them 55,000 square feet. They are, I believe, about 40 years old, and they are mostly empty right now. They do not have tenants. There's also surface parking for 427 cars that were part of the original site plan for the office complex. Surrounding land uses, it's an area of Princeton to the south, actually just to give you your bearings, and I'll turn to a map in a second. To the east and to the south, there's residential neighborhoods and the Princeton Shopping Center directly to the, not too far to the south. There's also residential to the west across Harrison Street. Immediately to the west is office and research, and right now this is part of an office and research zone, and we'll see that on the map. This again is the location within the entire municipality. You can see it's upper in the northeasterly sort of quadrant of Princeton. This is an aerial map showing the area in bold white lines is the area that we are talking about, the actual redevelopment plan site. And you can see the 2 square office buildings sort of to the center up to the top above the bulb of Thanet Road. To the left, which is to the west, you can see existing office and research buildings. And there's also the Princeton Charter School at the fork of North Harrison and Bunn Drive. And then beyond that, to the west are residential neighborhoods. To the right, immediately to the right, to the northeast, you can see the Governor's Lane residential complex. And then also to your right, looking at this slide, and to the east and to the south, you can see an extended area of residential development. And then out of the picture to the south, below Terhune, and a currently undeveloped lot, is the Princeton Shopping Center. This shows a little more information about the under zoning, what the uses are that are permitted. The blue is the Princeton Charter School for education. The red area is that commercial area, office and research that's currently in place, which currently includes the subject premises. And that's sort of the goldish orange up to the upper right is Governor's Lane, a multifamily residential. And then the lighter yellowish color is or single-family residential neighborhoods. This map shows some of the environmental conditions and constraints of the site, existing streams, wetlands, and drainage areas. And an overview of the plan that's being proposed is the council is going into an agreement with the current owner of the property, Avalon Bay, and also with an affordable housing element, senior housing with Pearl developers. There's going to be 2 districts or zones within the plan area. The first zone will facilitate the development of 100% affordable housing, age-restricted rental development. This is the senior housing for 80 rental units, and that's 55 years or older is the age requirement. The second zone is going to facilitate the development of a privately funded, that's by Avalon Bay, inclusionary development containing no less than 221 dwelling units, 11 co-accredit worthy apartments, 5 of which will be reserved for housing special needs individuals. And these are all rental units. This map shows the red is the inclusionary development area that will be built by Avalon Bay, and then the blue central area is the over 2-acre site that will be made available for the senior housing complex. And I just wanted to point out that the legend is incorrect. Flip those colors, so sorry about the confusion. There's 2 concepts that are part of the plan that have been submitted. These are preliminary concepts. They're not site plans in terms of final site plans that the planning board has reviewed in detail. These are conceptual layouts showing what could fit on the site based on what is in the plan. This first concept shows a mix of buildings at the to the right, which is the larger part of the parcel at the end of Thanet Drive, townhouses, multi-level buildings, and then that red outline, you can see a sort of an upside-down L, is the site of the proposed senior facility. And then this first concept proposes townhomes along Terhune to the left there to fill an empty area where there isn't any development at this point. This is a variation on that first concept. Concept 2 is pretty much the same idea, except that the townhouses that are proposed out on Terhune would now be along that sort of mid-area in the bend in Thanet Drive, Thanet Road, I keep saying Thanet Drive, before the cul-de-sac roundabout. These are the conclusions of the plan. We feel that being proposed that it fits the master plan in terms of diversifying Princeton's housing stock. The 2017 master plan reexamination report talks about the need for finding new locations and new opportunities to meet Princeton's diverse housing needs. Another aspect of this proposal is to build on the areas of the site that are already either parking area or were site of buildings. So in other words, limit new development to where the existing development is and to preserve and enhance green areas and those environmentally sensitive areas that were shown on that earlier map. It's also important to consider how to integrate this development to protect the character of existing neighborhoods and to connect to other systems and areas of the municipality. And the planning board in particular was very concerned about traffic improvements that will integrate the development into the surrounding area and improve conditions, such as making Terhune safer and to meet some other needs for walkability and connectability to other destinations within Princeton. Also, we've spent a lot of time thinking about transit and improving transit access to this site. This is just a slide to show that the county master plan was considered as well. Some of the goals there were to, for towns within Mercer County to promote redevelopment in a compact design, to consider stormwater runoff and focus on green infrastructure design, to focus new growth in transit corridors. We consider Harrison Street transit corridor a functioning one now, and it could grow into be a better one, and to encourage a walkable community, certainly a worthy goal that we consider throughout Princeton. And also conformance with the state development and redevelopment plan by, again, encouraging development in existing areas where development had occurred while balancing it with open space and environmental protection. So these are some of the planning conclusions in the study, that the plan is advancing smart growth principles, redevelopment of existing and of obsolete development site. That is why this area was deemed eligible for redevelopment. You've got 2 office buildings that have been empty for quite a long time. They're in a considerable state of deterioration, as is the rest of the site. And this seems to be a more appropriate and viable use for the site. Again, B, as we've already talked about, balancing new development with retaining existing and naturally environmentally sensitive areas. Concern again for stormwater management. connecting with the rest of the community, and a location that makes sense in terms of being within walking and transit accessibility to other destinations within Princeton and the region, employment opportunities, schools, medical services, and retail. So this is a map basically showing the general area. The hatched yellow area is the subject premises, the redevelopment plan site, and you can see that it is generally a part of this overall Harrison Street corridor where we already have transit in place, bus service, local and regional bus service. The Princeton Shopping Center is a transit hub, which is shown in that dark orange color, a reddish kind of a rust color. And then you can see the other land uses nearby. The blue areas are various educational institutions, schools, colleges, the high school, the charter school, and the green areas are parks, and then the surrounding residential areas. So that's basically an overview of what the redevelopment plan calls for in the context of the master plan.
So I'd like to ask Council President Cohen if he can summarize what happened at the planning board meeting last night. The council referred this ordinance, as is customary, to the planning board for them to review with consistency with the master plan.
Okay. And basically, I can report that for the reasons that Michael just outlined, the planning board was, first of all, unanimous in agreeing that the redevelopment plan is consistent with the master plan, which is the primary charge that was given to them. But they also wanted to respond to the what I'll call concept plans that were attached to the redevelopment plan, and to give sort of a concept review with concrete suggestions of things they thought needed to be addressed as the applicant proceeds to develop those plans into realistic, implementable final plans, which will be submitted through our regular site plan application process. So I want to touch on some of the themes that the planning board was concerned about and mentioned in their memo. This memo will be posted to the website for anybody who wants to follow up. But some of the general themes they talked about were things that are already incorporated in the redevelopers agreement that we're going to consider later in the evening. Things like making sure that we have connectivity, pedestrian and bicycle connectivity to adjacent or through adjacent properties, more than just coming out onto Terhune Road. Also important to the planning board to really pursue vigorously the idea of a vehicular exit onto Bunn Drive, which would require us to obtain easements from one of our neighboring property owners. It's something that was very important to the planning board. Looking for more innovative design with a real human scale to it on the subject property. Wanted to make sure that it was clear that this application will go through the regular land use application process, including review by staff, by the Site Plan Review Advisory Board, and the Planning Board at the appropriate time. And then there were some specific suggestions of things that should be looked at during the design development, including reducing the car parking requirement if supported by alternative transportation options such as car share, transit, and bike infrastructure. So not to just simply reduce the parking requirement, but to do it in a way that makes sense, because the residents won't necessarily all need to own cars. Having a complete street treatment on Thanet Road with a widening of the road to accommodate car parking on the street, to have better pedestrian and bicycle facilities along there. to consider, as you may remember from Michael's presentation, there were these two options showing townhouses either on Terhune or along Thanet Road. And there was a suggestion that perhaps one could do some development in both of those locations, perhaps not all townhomes, but as a way to reduce the intensity at the end of Thanet Road and allow for more creative design, more green space and amenities in the main body of the development at the end of Thanet. Looking to break up parking areas and the mass of the larger buildings for human scale, making sure that there's electric vehicle charging available to make that an option for residents. Wanting to make sure that the developer utilizes DEP's current regulations for green infrastructure and stormwater management. Shoot for a decrease in the amount of impervious coverage that's currently on the site. Consider podium parking to minimize surface parking area, again, as a way to reduce impervious cover. Designed to enhanced sustainability standards, lead building standards, highest level possible, hopefully net zero buildings. Provide enhanced transit service to the site, incorporate fire protection standards for construction to go beyond state codes, including upgraded sprinkler systems, masonry firewalls from foundation through the roof, and instituting fire watch procedures during construction. And the last item was to verify that application escrow fees for the development are not waived. Sorry for the lengthy presentation, but I wanted to make sure that I really touched on everything that was discussed.
Yeah, no, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Cohen? All right. Before we open up the public hearing, I did want to read one paragraph that was added that I'm going to ask for an amendment to add back to the redevelopment plan. This was something, there were drafts going back and forth, and this paragraph got accidentally deleted, and we're going to reinsert it. It would go in section 3.6.5. It reads, developments within the Thanet Road redevelopment plan may submit the required fire protection plans pursuant to 10B-109 at the time applications for construction permits are filed, instead of at the time site plan applications are submitted to the municipality. This was, I can just give some explaining for this. The developers will have more details about their building so that these fire protection plans will make more sense if they're submitted when the site plans are submitted, and they will still go through the same review. And then one last thing before we open up the public hearing, I'd like to ask Mr. LaPlace, I know you said in your presentation that the drawings that were included in the redevelopment plan were conceptual layouts, but I know we've all been receiving a lot of emails, and I just wanted to be crystal clear both for council and for the community what it means, like what we're voting on, and especially those drawings, how much flexibility is there, or should we consider this an approval of those plans in a way that ties the hands of the planning board?
I would say that those drawings, those renderings are basically visual representations of what the bulk requirements in the zoning, more or less, redevelopment plan is basically an extension of zoning. It's depicting what could be built there, a layout that would fit the requirements of the plan as you're considering it this evening. It in no way replaces the role of the planning board in terms of having site plan review of an application coming in for this redevelopment site. So there would be full preliminary and final site plan review of a project at this redevelopment site, similar to any other developer doing a similar project in Princeton. And in addition to that, as Council President Cohen has said, we would also involve, as well as the full planning board, our site plan review advisory board and other committees of the planning board would be doing extensive review and analysis of any submitted site plan. And that's also in addition to preliminary staff review and follow-up staff review of the project as it goes through the review process.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from council before we open up the public hearing? Ms. Byrne-Lambros?
Yes, Mr. Laplace, I'd like to just ask, are we also going to impose the criteria, like the neighborhood characteristic criteria, in terms of what goes before planning with their site plan?
I believe that some of the comments that you heard Council President Cohen report out of the Planning Board from last night are very much in keeping with the neighborhood character design characteristics that Princeton has embraced in terms of the siting of the buildings and trying to make a pedestrian and human scale and creating a sense of neighborhood and the treatment of Thanet Road and things like that. So I would say the Planning Board very much made recommendations in that direction.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, yeah.
Yep, Ms. Sachs?
I just wanted to elaborate on what Michael said, which is that in the context of the planning board hearing last night, there was quite a bit of discussion about concept plan and A and B, which there seems to be the most concern about because it represents a super block, and so for fire safety reasons, for aesthetic reasons, for reasons that it doesn't fit in with the residential character of the rest of the neighborhood, that seems to be the crux of people's concerns. And so it was very clear last night that Avalon is not wedded to those concept plans. Those are just concept plans, and they're very interested in suggestions from the community and in building a site that works for the neighborhood and for the community. So we are not wedded to concept plan A and B.
All right, are there any other questions or comments? All right, so I'd like to open up the public hearing for this ordinance. And again, for people who came in a little late, we're basically going to have two blocks of public comment. So this is the public hearing on the ordinance. I'm going to go off the list of people who signed up first. If you are not so much interested in commenting on the redevelopment plan and you're here to talk about one of the later items on the agenda, just let me know and you'll be first up for those. But if you'd like to speak to this ordinance, I'm going to open up the public hearing, and first is Grace Sinden.
Good evening. My name is Grace Sinden, Ridgeview Circle. First, I was very happy to hear what Mia Sachs said had transpired at the meeting last night, which I could not attend, that the plan is flexible. So that's very good news. I have served for many years on various Princeton boards and commissions, including the Princeton Emergency Planning Committee, chaired by Bob Gregory, whose untimely death we mourn. I would like to make my comments in tribute to Bob, whose career was devoted to public safety, including firefighting and prevention, which is my focus here tonight in regard to the matters before the mayor and council, namely the Thanet Road project, and other such future large multi-unit light wood fire vulnerable construction. Not too many people know that there has been legislation proposed in the New Jersey legislature. At the time it was S854 and 1897, that's probably different numbers in the new session of the legislature, to make large wood multi-unit dwellings more fire safe. This was introduced after the huge fire in Edgewater, New Jersey in 2015, where 500 people lost their homes on a cold January night in the Avalon Bay wood housing development, causing serious displacement of families. This event was preceded in the year 2000 at the same site where Avalon Bay's development under construction went up in flames, destroying 9 nearby occupied homes and 13 cars. And this was chronicled in the New York Times of October 19th, 2000, under the heading, "Investigators Rule Out Arson as Cause of Fire in Edgewater." Large fires have occurred at other such sites in New Jersey, including Maplewood and Lakewood, and throughout the country, as combustible wood is used in ever larger and taller multi-unit megablocks. You can search Facebook for "massive fires damage lives," and that will give an overview of what's happening in the country, not just in New Jersey. Such a fire in Princeton's Griggs Farm housing at Christmas time in 2016 left 1 person dead and 35 homeless. It took more than a year to rebuild the burned units. This particular fire might have been worse if the existing spaces between the buildings had not existed. What we see now are mega blocks where you have huge numbers of units connected. That causes more fire hazard. In Griggs Farm, the units consist of 2 to 3 stories, as opposed to such housing being built today with larger, taller buildings, creating greater safety challenges. In 2016, the Princeton Council sent a resolution to the New Jersey legislature supporting legislation to make large multi-unit dwellings constructed of wood more fire safe. Some of this, by the way, is very thin wood, and it's called engineered wood, where wood chips are glued together. That is used in some of the construction in these large developments. The wheels of our state government grind slowly, do they ever, and are often influenced by powerful interests. While fire and building codes are not determined at the municipal level, our mayor, council, and relevant professional staff working with developers should promote more fire-safe construction for a large multi-unit development in Princeton, for the current one under discussion and for the future ones which we know will take place. And that has to do, again, with the design that you mentioned, that we don't have to have large mega block buildings. Some of the key fire-safer solutions include using non-combustible construction material such as masonry, concrete, and heavy steel. Light steel buckles in intense heat. If wood construction is used, there should be space between buildings and a limited number of units per floor and in the buildings, rather than the current huge attached megablock structures, which are more prone to the spread of massive fires. We all recognize that affordable and senior housing is necessary. However, such housing should not expose residents to less fire safety. Increasingly, the fire codes have been degraded at the national and state level, in large part due to developer influence in the code formation process. Though their safety and lives are on the line, the voices of firefighters and first responders who do not have the resources are not heeded, as well as powerful interests. While these code decisions are made at the state and national level, our municipal officials must promote safe of fire protection with the various developers who expect to build large multi-unit structures. Apparently, the cost difference between combustible wood and non-combustible materials is not that great, and I cite which information I've given previously, www.buildingstudies.org, about this cost factor. I've given Dolores a copy of this, so it's available. Especially when compared to risks and costs to residents and municipalities, one-sided cost considerations is not a fair comparison. Developers are generally reimbursed by insurance for such fires. Most residents are not. If such a large fire should occur here, residents will want to know what preventive action was taken by those elected to protect them. I thank you very much for your serious consideration and action.
Thank you very much. I should have mentioned at the top that we're asking everybody if they can keep their comments to 3 minutes. I do want to thank you for your activism on this issue, which is extremely important. We have numerous documents on the agenda tonight, and there's the redevelopment plan, and then we also have a redevelopment agreement that's going to be coming up later. And in the redevelopment agreement is where we've used a lot of the work that the Princeton group has done to make sure we have language in there that's as protective as we were able to get. But thank you for your continued activism on this. Next is Michael Floyd.
Michael Floyd, Harris Road. I do support the project generally now, but I do have some concerns. First, I was happy to hear the report from the planning board meeting from David and Leah Saxon, the planner. I'd feel much more comfortable if you put some language in these documents that make it clear that the developer is obligated to listen to the planning board in the future. I find that missing. I would feel more comfortable with that. Also, if that's not possible tonight, I would love to hear an opinion of your attorney that there's conditions and that will be enforceable in the future, put on by the planning, whatever they may be. I wanted to start there.
Very simple.
Thank you. I was sent an email and asked to comment on some of the documents that are on your agenda. I just generally sent back, and I'll just read it, some general comments. I've reviewed the documents that were available online, and those documents are the only, if those documents are the only documents available to mayor and council, municipal staff, and consultants, then mayor and council should have some significant questions regarding financial feasibility, components of the $76,500,000 estimated development costs, the developer and contractor profit during the development construction phase, the phase in and phase out of the land tax, the reasonable of the lump sum operating income and operating expense numbers, the reasonableness of presently unspecified interest on any permanent financing, even if it's done through a related party. I also note that some terms of the exemption agreement are inconsistent with some terms in the financing agreement, and I'll be able to mention those too. I find in general, the documents give all the power to Avalon Bay regarding the establishment of project development costs, operating costs, and the municipality is given no power to dispute reasonableness of numbers. At present, Avalon Bay has provided only bulk numbers and provides no detail, nor is there a condition in any of the documents that obligate Avalon Bay to provide numbers that are acceptable to the municipality. There are many ways to do a development budget and an operating budget. At present, the municipality must just accept future numbers based on my reading of these documents. Regarding the inconsistencies that I found in between documents, there is one regarding the payment to the town. In one document, it says it's 11%. You've all seen that. In another document, it says the greater of 11% and blah, blah, blah. And actually, if you go to the low income, the long-term tax abatement statute, it gives the option too. Now, I'm not clear which one you're going with. And if you're going with just the 11%, why are you contradicting the option in the long-term tax abatement? That's kind of a main point on that. I think also you have power to get more detailed numbers. It's set forth in the long-term tax statute, right in the beginning of section 20-8. And it says, every urban renewal entity qualifying under the Act before proceeding with any project shall make written application to the municipality for approval thereof. And that's one of the things on your agenda. The application shall be in a form and shall certify to those facts and data as shall be required by the municipality, and shall include, but not limited to, it gives the general categories, but you have the absolute right, according to this, to ask for the detail that you don't have now. And as Ms. Sachs said a week or so ago, the devil's in the details. So when you're negotiating, you should be negotiating on as many financial, details as you can, and you don't have them now.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask Mr. McManaman to respond to some of the issues you raised. Just to clarify for everybody, your comments are jumping ahead. A lot of them are jumping ahead to other items on the agenda, but that's okay. So we'll start with the one that's relevant to the plan, which was when the site plan ultimately goes to the planning board, will the planning board be able to put conditions on an approval that they might grant to Avalon Bay for this?
Yes, Mayor. I'm going to quote from NJSA 40A:12A-13. All applications for development or redevelopment of a designated redevelopment area or a portion of a redevelopment area shall be submitted to the municipal planning board for its review and approval in accordance with the requirements for review and approval of subdivisions and site plans as set forth by ordinance adopted pursuant to the municipal land use law. End quote. The point is that when Avalon Bay, Pearl, anybody else in any redevelopment project anywhere in New Jersey goes before the planning board for a site plan application, they will be put through the same process as any party that's pursuing a development application under the conventional municipal land use law process. When they get there, the planning board can put them through their paces and all the different ways that the planning boards are empowered to do under the municipal land use law.
Okay, great. And I know we're going to get into the details of the financial agreement later in the agenda, but I think that your questions are good ones and are floating out there. So if you can address those now. So one was around the financial feasibility of the project. I know we're going to be getting into more details of that later. But in particular, Avalon Bay's obligation to provide financial information to the town, both at this juncture and also in later years for the, as the project exists, because the money that's coming back to the town is based on the income that they're generating.
Yep. And I think one of the other questions was about the 11% versus otherwise applicable taxes too. If I can, I'll take a moment and sort of address them in reverse order. So the 11% of gross revenue term applies for the duration of the 30-year exemption period. Under the long-term tax exemption law, during different stages of, or different phases, whatever terminology you want to use, during the 30-year term, what you do is you compare 11% of the gross revenue in a given year to escalating percentages of otherwise applicable taxes, and the urban renewal entity will owe the greater of those amounts. So we'll calculate whatever 11% of the gross revenue is, and that number will be X. We'll calculate what 20% of otherwise applicable taxes will be, and that number will be Y, and they'll pay the greater of those two numbers. And then in a later phase, we'll compare 11% of gross revenues, and that'll be X, to 40% of otherwise applicable taxes, and then 60% and 80%. And in each of those phases, they will owe the greater of those two amounts. So I would suggest to you that those terms are not inconsistent with each other. One of them is just more defined in the financial agreement.
Yeah, I was just pointing out, unless the documents have changed, the financial agreement says what you said. Mm-hmm. The redevelopment agreement says the other thing, which is just 11% for 30 years. So I suggest you make them consistent.
Well, just to be clear, so the financial agreement is really what governs the payment of the annual service charge, and the redevelopment agreement was identifying a term that just got better or more well defined in the financial agreement.
Well, I see no reason why not to make them consistent, though, before you sign them.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want me to address the other issue?
Yeah,
too?
please.
Yeah, so I certainly intended to address that earlier, but it's clearly going to be an issue for the evening. So there have been some questions about the level of detail that was supplied in the application that was submitted by Avalon Bay. And I would suggest it is true that in most instances you would see more detail in those applications. That's not a universal requirement. I know for a fact other projects in New Jersey have been approved with information that was supplied in almost exactly the same format as and level of detail as that Avalon Bay submitted here. But yes, most instances you do see a greater level of detail. But I would suggest under the circumstances here, we're sort of in a different world. This project is the product of a settlement of an affordable housing declaratory judgment action that the town filed, and it resulted in a number of different agreements with different parties, some of which are yet to come, but some of them are on the table before you tonight. And along the way, the town committed to a pilot level of 11%. So we have pushed and pulled on all the different kinds of levers that we can in the course of the agreement. And I'll talk a little bit later about the different features of the project that I urge you to consider when weighing this project. But the kinds of detail that would be illuminated with that additional information, I would suggest to you, wouldn't meaningfully change the analysis that you're undertaking tonight. For example, greater level of detail in the revenues might be desirable, but is it necessary? I mean, that's a sort of individual question you have to answer for yourself, but the reality is if the revenue picture that's painted in the very broad terms in the application turns out to be understated and the revenues turn out to be greater, the pilot formula here is a function of those revenues. The town will realize greater revenues if Avalon Bay realizes greater revenues anyway. In addition to that, during the life of the exemption period, Avalon Bay will be required to submit to the township independently prepared audit reports, analyzing their revenues versus their expenses and measuring through that analysis their net profit. Those documents are required to be prepared by independent auditors, not submitted by Avalon Bay, and those numbers will be real, actual numbers. So the information that that the speaker, I beg your pardon, I don't recall your name, but that the speaker a moment ago asked about, and that I believe is the subject of other questions too. So I know other people are asking about this information as well. Those numbers are projections. The numbers that you will see each year during the life of the exemption will be real numbers. So that is the way in which this body, this town, checks Avalon Bay and any other party that enters into an agreement like this. That's what's customarily done, and by statute, frankly, is how that must be done.
All right, thank you. And then just to clarify, this is the public hearing about the ordinance, the redevelopment plan. There's multiple things on the agenda tonight, just so we can, I think it helps if people will have another opportunity to speak on the other items, but if we can, if people want to focus their comments right now on the redevelopment plan, I think it might help us because we're going to have a presentation about the other items, and so we don't confuse one another. I'd like to call up Joel Schwartz, and just another reminder to please respect the 3-minute limit. So, please come because we have a lot of people here, and it just makes it more orderly if we follow the list.
My name is Joel Schwartz, S-C-H-W-A-R-T-Z. I live at 1 Armour Road. I'd like to speak about the redevelopment plan. There's nothing wrong with building 301 dwelling units on Thanet Road. The issue that I'd like to speak about is the form those 301 units will take. Council actions that are planned tonight to approve the redevelopment plan will permit the form of that development to be less than desirable. The redevelopment plan is a super zoning ordinance. It supersedes all prior zoning ordinances and is permissive to an extraordinary degree. What will the 301 units look like? It could look exactly like concept 1 or 2, if that is what the developer wants. That is what the developer can get approved, regardless of whatever requests or conditions made by the council or by the planning board. You could ask, the planning board could ask, the developer can simply say, no, don't want to do that. End of story. If there is something that you want, put it in the redevelopment plan before you approve it. In this town, we don't want fences that are taller than 6 feet. So we put that in an ordinance. As a result, if you want to build a 7-foot fence in this town, it's very hard to get that approved. Does this town not want large parking lots? Put it in the redevelopment plan. Does this town prefer to reduce runoff by use of real-world, economically viable, low runoff parking solutions? Put that in the redevelopment plan. It's all well and good to hear that we are not wedded to concept 1 and concept 2, neither the council nor the developer. But what you are wedded to is the fact that any plan that conforms to the redevelopment plan can be approved. This could mean a plan that you will find even less appealing than the 2 concept plans. You are doing this exactly backwards. Towns that want a particular desirable outcome make that clear at the beginning of the process to the developer, so the developer will produce that design. Then, and only then, they write an ordinance which will absolutely produce that desired result and will not permit undesirable results. You are doing exactly the opposite. You are approving an ordinance which will allow anything to be built so long as it conforms to the ordinance, and which will not prevent undesirable outcomes such as you have already identified as being embodied in the two concept plans. As a result, when the developer proposes something that you don't like, you will wring your hands, but you will be powerless to prevent it. With regard to comments made by Mr. McManaman just now about the applicant being required to go through the usual planning board process, that is absolutely correct. But the planning board will be unable to say no to anything that conforms with the redevelopment plan. Can a planning board deny something it doesn't like? Yes, of course. A planning board can even deny a conforming application. The developer can then wake up the next morning and go to Superior Court and challenge that denial, and 90 days later that planning board denial of a conforming application will be overturned. So I urge you not to approve a redevelopment plan unless it is written to produce the outcomes that you want and to prevent the outcomes that you don't want. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Heilner.
John Heilner for House Circle. So my comments have mostly to do with the financial aspects, and the reason I'm bringing them up now is because I'm very concerned by the thought that once a redevelopment plan is approved, that you're locked in to many other aspects, including the financing. That's what I hear from people who have a lot of experience. If I'm wrong about that, well, I'll go ahead and say them now anyway. I'll make it brief. I do want to thank the mayor, the council members who worked on this whole settlement, and staff. I know it's been a 5-year effort, and I really do applaud the overall plan, settlement plan. I'm not so happy about Thanet Road. Avalon Bay has really not justified paying only an 11% pilot. Their application lacks almost all the details which are usually found in such applications. Their revenue projection of $7.3 million looks unreasonably low. A more detailed projection that you received this morning indicates that the revenue looks more like about $8.4 million. That's not a trivial difference, $1.1 million. Beyond this, Avalon Bay has a track record of estimating lower rents when they're applying for permits than they actually charge. You'll remember that at Witherspoon Street, when they opened their building for rent, the monthly rates were a good $150 to $200 higher per unit than what they had in their original application. So just this 4.4% difference adds another $377,000 and brings the estimated total revenue to about $8.8 million versus Avalon Bay's stated $7.3 million. So that's a big difference, $1.5 million. And of course, they have not even begun to include all the fees they charge, the parking permits, the sewer and utility fees, et cetera, et cetera. So I have no idea what that adds, but I'm just going to take a guess at $200,000 or $300,000. So now we're talking about $1.8 million more revenue than Avalon Bay has in its projection. That's not chump change, as a friend of mine used to say. Based on this, I think that the council should require that Avalon provide a 15% pilot. Their true expected revenue certainly justifies this. A 15% pilot would provide at least an additional $300,000 to $400,000 greater revenue than you're now looking at. Some or all of this can be shared with the schools, which desperately need it. You know about all the school layoffs this year. I would also consider building the senior housing on just 1 acre, podium style, that would provide covered parking for the seniors who are going to live there. And this also would justify a higher pilot to Avalon because, in effect, the pilot is payment for that 1 acre instead of 2.4 acres. At the same time, I would strongly suggest that you consider and seek better proposals from the many builders who would love to build in Princeton. Housing demand always greatly exceeds supply here. Since Avalon Bay doesn't actually own this property yet, they have a sort of contingent agreement to buy it. I'm sure if they don't like the 15% that I, for one, would require, they can just not exercise their purchase agreement, and somebody else who wants to build here would. I would also suggest that Avalon Bay's new proposal include a good contribution toward transportation, toward the town transportation fund. It should provide at least 20-minute interval service between Thanet and the shopping center. 1 hour services or 45 minutes is just not really usable, especially for senior citizens. I think the proposal should require specific green building requirements, which should be in accordance with our climate action plan. As I understand it right now, both Avalon Bay and Pearl have some nice words about green, but there's nothing to really hold them to it. I think the proposal should include a contribution to PFARS. Why not? PFARS needs the money for their new building. I think that any cost overruns borne by Avalon Bay should be borne by Avalon Bay and Pearl or another developer who you hopefully will seek, and not come back to haunt the town at a later date. In conclusion, I would say, councilors, please take a deep breath, pause, and don't approve any of these ordinances and resolutions tonight. I'm confident that Judge Jacobson and Fair Share will grant the town another couple of months to find a better piece to this just one piece of a much larger settlement. 2 months is nothing compared to the 5 years you spent on this, and I think the judge would be very amenable to that thought. Thank you.
Okay, next is Bernie Miller.
Excuse me, Mayor, may I add that this public hearing is really supposed to be related to the ordinance itself, and I just wanted to suggest, I think the last speaker was concerned that if this body acts on the redevelopment plan, that he will really have missed his chance, and others, he may be expressing a thought, others have as well, missed their chance to comment on the other aspects of the agreements before this body acts on those agreements. The action with respect to the redevelopment plan is totally separate from the actions with respect to the other documents, and my understanding is that the structure of the meeting tonight, everybody will have another chance to speak about those other documents and the features of the deal itself rather than the plan.
Yeah, thank you. And I would just add to that I think you want to wait to make your public comment until after you've heard the information. So I think you're going to have the opportunity to make more informed comments if you wait till after we hear the presentation. And believe me, there's going to be a second session with a section of the meeting for public comment. And just so we don't all get confused, I don't want to confuse people in the room as to what the public hearing is about right now. It's about the redevelopment plan, which was gone over by Mr. Laplace. And this is essentially the zoning piece of the items that are before us tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to former Mayor Bernie Miller.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. It seems to me that what we've heard so far this evening is based on the Burgess report, which was previously accepted by council in earlier meetings. As some of the speakers have pointed out, it is a rather broad brush report and open to interpretation in many ways. However, there are internal inconsistencies in the report, and I'll point out one of them, which could come back and create a problem at a later time. It deals with the height restrictions. The height restriction for the affordable units is given as 4 stories and 65 feet. The height restriction for the market rate units, the Avalon Bay units, is given as 5 stories and 65 feet. I don't think you want to create a situation where the affordable units might have 16-foot ceilings. I don't think that's the intent. And the height restriction for the affordable units ought to be corrected, if it can be corrected retroactively, to be consistent with a 4-story building, not a 5-story building. And with that, I'll come back and comment on the redevelopment agreement at a later time.
Thank you very much. And I did want to ask Mr. Laplace about the height limits, and there was some discussion of this at the time. My understanding is that Princeton calculates height in maybe an unusual way. I'm not sure if it's usual or unusual, but can you talk about the discrepancies there? And
Yeah, I think basically it's good to keep in mind that those are maximums. Those are not a minimum height requirement. So it was to encourage flexibility in terms of design, gables, what type of roof you might want to introduce into that section of the development. It was simply seen, I mean, 65 feet could contain a 6-story building, conceivably. So 4 or 5-story buildings should easily fit within the maximum height of 65 feet as we measure it height. And I think that was the only meaning there, that it was just, it's a maximum.
I think what, I could be wrong, but I think what Bernie was saying is that I think the misunderstanding here is that there are 2 different zones. One is the RSA and one is the ISA. So the 100% affordable senior unit structure has a different, that has a specific height. I don't know if it's more, right? I think it's, is it higher or it's less, whatever. But there are 2 different zones. And so that 100% affordable has certain bulk requirements, and then the Avalon Bay, which has some affordable units in it, but that has a separate height restriction. I think that may be where the confusion is.
If I could make a comment, the 65-foot height limit was deemed appropriate for a 4-story building with a pitched roof. And I think that the developer for the senior unit wanted to preserve the option of constructing a pitched roof. 65 feet is really not adequate for a 5-story building with a pitched roof, which is not to say that Avalon Bay is going to do a 5-story building. I think one of the other documents actually stipulates that the building, the tallest building, is a 4-story building. But be that as it may, that's the reason for the distinction, where one zone has 4 stories and one has 5 stories with the same height limit, was the issue of the pitched roof.
Okay, thank you. Next is Lisa Sarius. Oh, sorry.
One comment. And I would just like to respond to Mr. Laplace, and that is that very often what's given as maximum is what is taken. And I would be very careful about presuming that if you say the maximum height is to be 65 feet, that the developer will not make use of the maximum height. Secondly, I would like to know, and maybe this is a legal question rather than a question on the actual ordinance itself, what is the relevance of the Burgess report when compared to the redevelopment agreement? In other words, as Mr. Cohen pointed out, there are different height restrictions in the redevelopment agreement and the Burgess report. Which document takes precedence? Both have been, will have been approved, or let's say the Burgess report will probably have been approved by council this evening, with or without issues of height. At a later time, the redevelopment agreement will be approved by council. Which takes precedence?
Okay, thank you for that clarifying question. And Mr. Laplace, can you talk about the Burgess report was a redevelopment study versus the redevelopment plan, and how we should think of those 2 documents?
I think Bernie's question was more about the distinction between the redevelopment plan and the redevelopment agreement. Burgess did repair the redevelopment plan initially, so that's why Bernie referred to it in that way.
the sequence in the process, one led to the other. It was an evolution.
Right, so can you talk about the, or maybe this is a question for Kevin, but what's the, I think the question is, what's the legal binding of one document versus the other, and does one take precedence over the other?
It depends how it's written. The redevelopment plan is the zoning. Those are if there are minimums and maximums set forth in the redevelopment plan, they must be complied with. Usually what you would see is somewhere within those minimums and maximums for the features that are of particular importance, you might specify what you, in the redevelopment agreement, what you might want to see. And if you do that, then they are contractually obligated to comply with that limitation. If you don't specify in the agreement, they are still subject to the limitations, minimums and maximums or what have you, in the redevelopment plan.
And I'd just like to make a real specific comment relating to the height in regard to what Mr. McManaman is saying, which is my understanding is right now the intention and in the sketch plan was to have the highest building be a 4-story building. But Avalon Bay was asking for some flexibility in the bulk standards to be able to respond to public comment and to engineering issues. I think that if during the site plan review process somebody says, hey, you could reduce the impervious surface on this piece of property by going to 5 stories instead of 4 stories, that's permitted within the bulk standards that are in the redevelopment plan. And if we're asking them to do it, they would be within their rights to go up to 5 stories rather than the 4 stories that's currently mentioned in the redevelopment agreement. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just giving it as an example of the way this might play out.
Lisa Sarisol? Is Lisa here? You look different, Lisa.
I am obviously not Lisa Sarisol. She had to leave and asked me to make a comment about bicycle infrastructure. If now is not the right time, please tell me.
I think I'm trying to remember if it's in here or in the redevelopment agreement. I think it's, if you make the comment now and I think it's enough about the zoning that we want to hear about it.
Okay, thank you. Lisa asked me to convey that you insist on truly safe bike and walk infrastructure. I mean, you can wave your hands and say, it's going to be really safe, but there is a difference between, say, shared use path and separate bike and walk infrastructure. So this is the kind of safety that we are talking about, both inside the development and also as the way you access it from Terhune or whichever road, to just please make it super safe, because otherwise it's not going to get used, and that's what we want. Okay. I have other comments of my own, but maybe I should just go to the back of the line.
No, go ahead while you're here.
Oh, okay, thank you. I have a question about how much input you still have at this point on the diversity of units, because, the concept seems to suggest that all the units will be quite similar. And I would so love to see truly diverse units where you could move in with a family of 5 or 6, or if you're a single person and you need a smaller unit. And in particular, I would like to ask why there are only 11 affordable units when we are building many more affordable units and we're just looking for a place to build. I wonder if we can up that number significantly, which would also make it a much more diverse neighborhood. And I love the higher density. this place is going to have so much more housing to so many more people than, say, my neighborhood. It's going to be wonderful. And I am wondering if one could ask for a payment in lieu of parking space, as has been suggested by our parking consultants, where the payment could be applied to the cost of running an additional freebie, or, to help out the shuttle that's proposed by Eden for their development, where the residents could either be serviced by such a shuttle or just walk to the shopping center. And, it's not that far. Yesterday, I've heard people say, oh, it's really far to the shopping center. And today, my husband looked at the map and he says, well, it's not much of a walk, but it's nice. So.
Thank you. Betty Wolf.
Thank you. And I want to make it clear I'm here as myself, not a representative of Princeton Community Housing. And much of what I was going to ask about has been asked. And I think that the reason it's so hard to just stick to the plan is because for all the comments that have been made, it's still not clear to me what document actually is the governing document. You signed a memorandum of agreement back in December that says Avalon Bay can develop at least 221 units. Was there any maximum? Can anything be done that is not in the memorandum of agreement? And again, Joel Schwartz mentioned that this plan was the zoning. Nothing can really be added later by the planning board or by your own staff. And I think it's this lack of clarity that has people maybe seemingly holding you up on something that you need to make progress on, because unfortunately, we've spent 5 years in litigation, and you've chosen to work behind closed doors for whatever reason, and now you've got the compliance hearing in front of you. So I understand timing's important, but it does feel to the general public like something's going out of order, and we're being asked to accept something with the premise that we'll change it later. And that it flies in the face of everything else we experience in our life. It also seems strange to allow someone to make pilot payments which accrue only to the municipality when everybody in this room pays taxes that include both municipal and school district taxes. And I'm not sure about this pilot payment if you are under any obligation to share it with the school system. Sorry, I know this isn't about the plan, but it is, because we don't know whether things like this have to be included or not. So thank you very much, and carry on. Okay. I know this isn't easy.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask Kevin if you can walk through some of the documents that the town has already approved and some of the items that are on our agenda tonight related, I think especially, well, maybe run through all of them if we can just have like an overview. So there's the settlement agreement that we filed. There's the MOU we have with Avalon Bay. There's the redevelopment plan that we are holding the public hearing for right now. There's the redevelopers agreement with Avalon. There's what ultimately will be a site plan application, and there's a financial agreement with Avalon Bay, and then we have I don't want to preview too much of your presentation that's coming up, but I think it is, I agree. I think there's confusion, and it's taken us a while to wrap our heads around all the documents that are coming at us. Maybe we just take a minute to go through all the things that council will need to be voting on just related to this Thanet development.
Okay. So before I sort of miss the chance to do it, I do just want to point out that the MOU reads, Avalon Bay shall construct a 221-unit residential development. And the redevelopment agreement reads, the redeveloper agreed to construct a 221-unit residential development. I'm not sure if I'm missing it somewhere else, but I believe that there is no inconsistency between those documents, I think so. But, so if we start with I guess I will just sort of jump into my presentation now, if that's all right.
It just feels like
I don't know how to do it.
I know. I feel like we should take a pause from the public hearing and hear the presentation.
Excuse me, we realize that there are a lot of different agreements. The question I was asking is which ones are going to really impact this redevelopment plan and what actually gets built. It's when there are inconsistencies between them and what really can be changed legally later versus what's in this particular plan we're having a hearing about.
Okay, maybe that's a more focused question than I understood.
Yeah.
So I think it's the relationship between
Yes.
the MOU, the redevelopment plan, and the redevelopers agreement, and the site plan that's to come.
Yeah, so the redevelopment plan is intended to set boundaries for development. Minimums of this, maximums of that. Redevelopment agreement and the MOU intentionally refer to a concept plan, which by definition is not a site plan, right? So at the stage at which Princeton was negotiating the MOU with Avalon Bay, and now that we're negotiating the redevelopment agreement with Avalon Bay, we are far from being capable of really identifying all of the features that ultimately they will be required to include in the site plan. So the redevelopment plan is intended to govern with supremacy, I would say, for when they get to the time when they are submitting their application for site plan approval. The height limitations, the minimum parking requirements, setbacks, buffers, all of those kinds of features that are set forth in the redevelopment plan will govern the site plan application. There are things that that Princeton thought were important enough to include in the agreement, but to call out. But really, the controlling document is the redevelopment plan. That's where you see the zoning regulations. That's where they will measure the site plan. That's what they will measure the site plan against. So that's really the place where you see those controls.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to comment too?
I'd ask Mr. McManaman to correct me if this is wrong, but I think from a layperson's perspective, I think of it as, looking through a pair of binoculars at a target. And at first, the view is pretty fuzzy before you start to get it into focus. It's a broad brush, blurry view. You don't see the details, but you see the outlines. And I think of that as being like the redevelopment plan. And then as we get to the redevelopment agreement, more specificity is required of the developer. So you're coming into sharper focus. And then when we get to the actual site plan application, we're really getting to 2020 vision where we can see exactly what we're getting. I think that's not a bad way to think of it.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, that was the last name on the list of people who had signed up ahead of time. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak as part of the public hearing on the redevelopment plan? And if you're interested, I invite you up to the microphone. And if you could just please state your name and your address.
My name is Beverly Wilson. I live on Terhune Road, 447. And just one very specific point that is in the redevelopment plan, so I think this is the point to bring it up, is the 0-foot setback from Terhune. This is not the central business district. This is a street where all the other buildings are 20, 25, 300 feet from the road. And if you're trying to keep this development in character with the rest of the neighborhood, I'm not seeing how that works. So I just ask you to consider that if you approve the redevelopment plan with a 0-foot setback, I think you just changed the zoning for that block.
Mark Frieda, Fisher Avenue. First of all,
Can you speak up, Mike? Mark, just make sure you're in the mic.
Sure. Mark Frieda, 16 Fisher Avenue. I'd just like to acknowledge the fact that what you guys are trying to do is obviously not easy. The intent is very good, and we're all questioning some of the execution. So thanks for listening. But I'm just a little concerned on what the actual approval process is. Because last night at the planning board, unless I really misheard it, it was specifically said by the attorney there, or is agreed to by the attorney when questioned by the audience, that the planning board can suggest any number of things, but the developer can totally ignore all those suggestions. But I thought I heard something very different from the attorney here this evening. I'd really like to know which one it is, because it appears the planning board has a very different opinion than what's being stated here as far as what the planning board can make the developer do at Thanet Drive or Thanet Circle. So that disconnect is very worrisome. So I don't know if you want to address that now, or do you want me to just say the... Okay. The other thing, last night at the planning board, they said they're going to do the preliminary and final review in one meeting. I would really suggest that on a project of this magnitude and this importance, that this group suggests to the planning board that it not be one meeting, but it be 2 meetings. I know everybody hates to have additional meetings, but I think from the public's point of view, if the public wants to comment on this, it would be better to have 2 separate hearings in front of the planning board. So that's a suggestion. And then, David, your clarification of what the attorney just said as to far as what is the controlling document, I'm more confused now that the 2 of you spoke. Because, I'm sorry, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I thought I heard that the redevelopment plan is the controlling document. But then your analogy seemed to say we start with the redevelopment plan, then we go to the redevelopment agreement, and then there's finally the site plan, which I think is not exactly what we just heard from the attorney. So I'm confused as to what really drives what.
I mean, the redevelopment plan is controlling, but it's controlling a very broad, large envelope, a large universe of possibilities that could be done on this site. What I was trying to suggest, as the attorney said, you can't go outside of that universe of possibilities once you've got the redevelopment plan. But within the universe of possibilities, there's lots of room for adjustment. And only later in the process do you get a clearer picture, a more focused, a more controlled, a higher level of control of what's going to happen.
Okay, but that goes back to the right. So that goes back to the other question as to what the planning board can really, what conditions can the planning board really force on the developer? Because the planning board doesn't think they can do anything that falls.
Okay, so did you get? I got 3 questions there. So, oh yeah.
Mr. Williamson? I was going to defer to our attorney, but I think a better analogy, I would say, is that the redevelopment plan is more like the Constitution. It sets all the bulk requirements. It doesn't take away the power from the planning board to set conditions that when Avalon comes before the planning board or the site plan, they can set conditions, and the Avalon would be required to meet. So I don't know if our attorney wants to add anything more to that. So the redevelopment plans like the Constitution, the site plan and the conditions set by Avalon is more like the specific, like state laws, for example, which the redevelopment plan sets the bulk requirements. You can't go outside of those requirements. Avalon will still have to go through the whole site planning process, just like any other developer that comes before the planning board to do a site plan. Will have to go before the members of the planning board. They can set conditions in order to approve the site plan.
Okay.
It does not take away their power.
Yeah, so I got down 3 questions from Mr. Frieda, so I just want to make sure that Mr. McManaman can answer them. So the first is going back to what we've been talking about. Does the planning board have the authority to set conditions on their approval? And I guess if you can help describe what their latitude is when the site plan comes to the planning board. The other questions were, I guess that was more a comment about preliminary and final plans at one meeting. And I wrote down 3 things here. Now I can't understand my vote. Something about the redevelopment agreement versus the redevelopment plan, and talking about the difference between the two.
Well, it was really which one.
It
really gets back to the basic question as to what conditions can the planning board try to levy upon this developer?
Got it. Okay.
And
Mark, I'm sorry.
I think we have to let Mr. McManaman answer the question so we don't further confuse people.
So I can answer sort of part of the question. I am not a conventional land use attorney. I don't represent planning boards. I cannot say what kind of conditions planning boards are empowered to impose or not. But what I can say is that what they are empowered to impose in the conventional land use development world, they are empowered to impose here when a developer gets to the planning board with a site plan application. So whatever that latitude is that exists in the conventional land use world, it exists there, even though this is redevelopment. And even though the zoning regulations are set forth in a redevelopment plan, it's still the same dynamic interplay between the planning board and the professionals and the developer and its professionals and so on. And with respect to the interplay between the various documents, height was one of the ones that we sort of touched on before. Maybe it helps to focus on that as a specific example. As I understand it, the height limitation as a maximum in the redevelopment plan is 5 stories. The redevelopment agreement says that the residential units shall be constructed within a variety of building types, including a 4-story elevator building, multiple 3-story buildings, and multiple townhome-style buildings. I think that's a statement that, regardless of the fact that the redevelopment plan allows for a height of 5 stories, it is contemplated that the buildings in the agreement will nevertheless be 4 stories, 3 stories, and townhouses. Now, to Council President Cohen's point earlier, if there is a reason during the site plan approval process where it makes sense to explore a building of 5 stories, I think that flexibility is available. But so the documents sometimes will speak to the same issue, but speak differently. The redevelopment plan says no more than 5 stories. The redevelopment agreement says 4 stories, but when you get to that planning board process, there will be that interplay, just like in the normal course of a development application. I know that, I realize that may still not be crystal clear, but in the conventional land use world, you have minimums and maximums parameters that you're always dealing with, and they get sorted out during the site plan approval process. And that similarly will happen here.
Yeah, I think part of it is that we're dealing with redevelopment, so that adds an additional layer of complexity. But the redevelopment plan, as Joel said, replaces the zoning. So once the redevelopment plan is in place, you can think of this as whatever the zoning, if it's whatever it is. So then the applicant comes before the planning board, and yes, Joel's right. If it's a conforming application, then it's like any other application. However, we have a very rigorous planning board. Our planning board process includes going through SPRAB, going through, recommendations from PEC, from historic preservation, if it's relevant, whatever. It includes a lot of reports. And the planning board process, then this becomes like the normal planning board process where there's a back and forth. And the planning board requests certain things, the applicant agrees to certain things, there's, environmental review, transit study, all sorts of, it's a process. So basically the only difference is that how you get onto the track is through the redevelopment plan as opposed to zoning that's already in place. The redevelopment agreement, I have to say from what I can see, it involves, that's a different beast than we see in the normal zoning application process, planning application process, and it seems to have a lot of things that involve financial commitments. So that's, anyway, hopefully that could help.
No, I think that, I agree. I totally agree with what's just been said. And I think that reinforces what Joel's concern was earlier, that the redevelopment plan is vague enough that the planning board is really going to have not as many tools as they normally would. So that's the concern, but anyway.
I wouldn't say that they don't have as many tools as they normally do, unless it was a non-conforming application. I mean, both sides come to the table with the normal amount of, because then it becomes a conforming application. So how does it have less than any other? I mean,
Well, because it's not a normal application where you follow all your typical requirements and everything.
I think you do.
Okay,
You are
I think
saying,
we can't
you are
do.
saying
We can't have the back and forth during a
Yeah,
public
sorry.
hearing. So
Fine.
if you have any final comments,
We're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
Hi, my name is Megan Mitchell. I wanted to get some clarification on two things. Well, I had one comment and one clarification. One was that last night at the zoning board, there was mention of a minimum requirement of 221 units being built. I don't know where that language came from. That did not come from me, but it was stated, it's in the documentation somewhere where it says a minimum requirement is to build 221 units. And I would like to know if it says that there is a maximum number of units, because if I were a developer and I had a 65-foot height restriction, I would build as many units as I possibly could. So I would like to know if there is a maximum that they are required to not exceed. The second was the comment on the flexibility we are allowing Avalon Bay. They will take advantage of every ounce of flexibility that we give them, and if they can build to 65 feet, they will. They could still keep the parking lots on the outside and not build podium parking and still build to 65 feet. Why not require them to build to a lower height and ask for a variance like anyone else would have to do if they want to exceed what is stated in the redevelopment plan? They can ask for a variance. Isn't that part of the process that we normally go through? Why are we giving them so much flexibility? It seems like we're just rolling over. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to ask Kevin again about the 221 units. I think it's in the documents you read say that it's
221.
Right.
Yeah.
Period.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody can point me to the place where they've seen the other language, I'm happy to take a look at it and see. But what I'm looking at is the 221.
Okay.
Mayor, may I just make a quick comment? As someone who very much wanted Avalon Bay to put more density there, and they refused, I can tell you that they have no interest in building additional units at this site. So, plus the agreement does say, it says a specific number, it's not a minimum, or a maximum. It has a very specific number.
The redevelopment plan specifically says not less than 221 units. Doesn't give a maximum, but it does give a minimum in the redevelopment plan.
All right. So
Section 3, I'm looking at it.
Okay, thank you. The MOU says 221. The redevelopment agreement says 221. I think that 221 was the basis of the 11-unit affordable calculation, so that's what the project will be.
Can I ask, okay, so what if, Kevin, I just wanted to ask a question. So I know we don't think they have the desire to build more, but according to this, could they go for an amendment? Could they build more?
I would say no.
Again, I'm looking at the agreement now on page 20, let's see, 3.58, no, 3.511B1. Maximum number of dwelling units, 221.
So I think here's an example of, I think, what people have been talking around a little bit. So you have the redevelopment plan says at least 221, and you have the redevelopment agreement that says at most 221. So those aren't necessarily conflicting if they build 221, but in that case, which document takes precedence?
I think this is to touch on, and I mean, I'll make another effort to try and make it clear. I beg your pardon for not having done so before, but I know to Council President Cohen's point earlier, the redevelopment plan can set these broad parameters. If you desire to contractually bind a redeveloper to something that's more limited than what the plan's limitations are, you can do that. And one of the other examples that I just noted in flipping through the document is the electric vehicle charging stations. I don't know whether the redevelopment plan specifies the inclusion of electric vehicle charging stations. Sometimes they do. This agreement says they will do 2. If the plan, for example, said that they will do at least 1, but we agree that they will do 2, they will do 2, because that's what they agreed to do. Even though the plan has a lower threshold, and if you contrast that, we'll say if a redevelopment plan allowed for 5 stories, but the redevelopment agreement said they absolutely will not build more than 4 stories, then they have contractually bound themselves to 4 stories, unless there's some amendment later or an agreement later that to depart from that. But that's within the control of this body to agree to or to decide not to agree to.
Okay.
That makes sense.
That's a helpful clarification. All right. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak as part of the public hearing?
Hi, Wilma Solomon, 41 TR Place. I'm just scrolling through the redevelopment plan. All right, I can't find it now, but it refers to low and moderate income, and I don't see low income. So people who fall into the low income, are they excluded or included in this? I just see a couple of references to low income and moderate income.
Yeah, I believe all. Do you want to answer that, David?
I mean, it's mandated by state statute what the ratio is.
Oh, okay.
I think that it's 13% low, and the fact that we have only 6 family units in the inclusionary project may mean that there is not a low, but my understanding is that all of the assisted living units, which is 15 credits worth, it's 5 3-bedroom units, all of those are low.
Oh, okay.
It's specified specifically. There might be like a shorthand that's used, but I don't know if you have the section.
I do. It's also in the redevelopment agreement. It references uniform housing affordability controls that set forth the formula by which that's calculated, but it also in the agreement in section 2.2A 2 of the 6 family affordable units, for example, 1 3-bedroom unit will be reserved for very low income households, 2 units will be reserved for low income households, and so on. So that of the number of units that they're going to build that are affordable, there's a breakdown in the document about what they will be.
Great, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Ms. Butler?
Joe Butler, 18 Heaven Road. David, I'm surprised you didn't address the question about the 0 setback, because isn't that done to protect didn't I hear last night that it was done to protect the
Yes.
The stream corridor in the back.
Corridor, right. So that is, I think there's some flexibility in that too. That doesn't mean they're going to build at 0. It really means they might have to shift it based on the creek, brook, whatever. Yeah, I doubt that. But anyway.
I will take this opportunity to say that the right-of-way is 90 feet wide in that portion of Terhune Road. The setback is from the right-of-way, the property line. It is not from the curb. So if the road is about 30 feet wide, which is what it is, and you have 30 feet of green and sidewalk on either side, those buildings with a 0-foot setback will actually be 30 feet from the street if you use the 0 setback. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, perfect. Great. So I think I'm going to repeat a little bit of what I said last night at the planning board. Professionally, as a search consultant, I help organizations make big decisions about their future, and it's interesting to me to watch human behavior as you approach a very big decision. And this is certainly a big decision that's going to have ramifications for the future of the town, and I feel particularly sorry for the 2 of you on the end. And I was recalling that in my first days on council, I got thrown into the dinky discussion, such that it was. And I know how nerve-wracking it can be when you're trying to play catch-up and try to make sense of all of this, some of which is new, or most all of which is new, I guess. And then I went right into the Avalon Bay Hospital redevelopment. And so if you think this is going to get easier, just buckle up. It is not. But my heart goes out to you. I know it's tough. And so I want to say that hospital, Avalon Bay, there have been some disparaging remarks made about Avalon Bay this evening, that they'll take advantage of us. And really, as for all the turmoil regarding the hospital situation and redevelopment, they did everything that they were asked to do and more. They were good stewards of the contaminated site. And so I think the speculation that somehow they're not going to do right by us is a little bit unwarranted. So that's one thing. And the other thing I want to, I guess, address Mr. Heilner's comment that perhaps the judge would look kindly upon us if we walk away from this deal. I just don't think that's true, based on my experience. And I think that we need to step back and take a little bit of a bigger picture. We are in the middle of a lawsuit that impacts this entire state. And I think that this, it's like Chuck E. Cheese, that whack-a-mole game, that they are just waiting for people to pop up and do the wrong thing. I think when I was involved in trying to work on this affordable housing settlement, I think we went into it thinking that we had been such good stewards and we'd been doing things all along, and somehow this was going to be a little bit easier. NFW. It just wasn't. They weren't going to, regardless of how good we had been all along, we got no break. And I think that there's no reason to believe that somehow, if we negate this affordable housing settlement, that Judge Jacobson is going to be willing to talk to us because we're Princeton. So I would like to disabuse you of that. I also want to say that I think there's another thing to be considered here, and that's Princeton's reputation. We have a lot of development that we would like to encourage developers to come into our town and participate. We don't have to give away the store. We want to be reasonable. We want to negotiate for what we need and what we think is best for our community. But if you start tearing up deals and walking away from deals, you're ruining the reputation of the town, and it will make it harder in the long run to attract people who want to do business here. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I get the same thing.
Good evening. My name is Mike Pissarro. I'm the Policy Director for the Watershed Institute. I want to thank you for this opportunity and thank the Council President when he was talking about the Planning Board experience. That was...
Mike, can you speak right into the mic?
Sure. My name is Mike Pissarro. I'm the Policy Director for the Watershed Institute. Again, I want to thank the Council President for the Planning Board hearings for the last 2 meetings. As I said at the Planning Board meetings, I had a couple concerns with the redevelopment plan. On page 16 and 17 of that redevelopment plan, I think the intent of the plan, and I think what I've heard, is that there will be stormwater management on this site, both the green aspects, green fields of it, as well as the redevelopment. Our rules are somewhat convoluted and may allow for not a full stormwater management according to the 7:8 rules. So I would really suggest that we strongly phrase it in that you will meet the runoff, volume, quality, and recharge requirements of those rules, even though you may not technically have to. And I think if I heard correctly, the recommendation from the Planning Board is that the plan incorporate the new green infrastructure rules that DEP adopted, but for some reason has not yet published. And if that's the case, I strongly support that because that will have tremendous benefits for the community and this development. So if that's the case, I fully support that. The second issue I have in concern is those tributaries to the Harrisbrook, which sort of run parallel to Terhune Road. They're very close to the Terhune Street, to the property line. I am concerned that putting in Concept 1 along that street will really impact that riparian zone, which is the buffer to that stream. We all know that communities downstream of there are experiencing flooding now, and not just from extreme events, but for normal everyday rain events. Putting additional pervious cover right on top of that stream, it could very well impact the health of that riparian zone, which protects the health of that stream, helps slow down flooding, and could very well exacerbate the flooding downstream. So that Concept 1 plan, if my calculations are right, you don't have a whole lot of room to put that in. Could have problems. So I would strongly urge you to, in this redevelopment plan, specifically protect that stream, specifically protect the riparian zone and the township stream corridor from any development. You don't want to have a scenario where the applicant and the township is in a place where we want this housing, we want this affordable housing, but those riparian zones have to suffer. And then the applicant goes to DEP saying this is affordable housing, this township's approved it, you need to give me a waiver. That's not, Princeton has a long history of protecting the environment, and we want to see that continue. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Wilkes. I live at 204 Reservoir Road on the Sourland Mountain. I want to tell you that I have a lot of empathy for where you sit, because to be custodians of the neighborhoods of Princeton is fraught with peril. And it's your responsibility to act on behalf of all of us to improve the quality of life in our town. And I know from a small amount of personal experience how challenging that can be. In addition to the external conditions which Joe reminded you of that are being enforced upon us by the state to address our affordable housing needs, you face some particular pathologies in the neighborhood and the area in which we speak, which are that the remnants of the office research zone created in the township in the 60s and 70s, the remnants of a single-use planning zone where we believed in mid-20th century that every community should have all uses needed in one section of the town or another, separated from the rest, a concept which has become increasingly discredited, has been superseded by the explosion of growth along Route 1 from North Brunswick to Lawrenceville for corporate office centers, all of whom seem to believe they're in Princeton by the name they assign to their building. Sadly, the poor office buildings remaining in Princeton have become bereft of life. So 100 and 101 Thanet are desolate when the Institute for Defense Analysis rebranded as Communications for Center of Communications Research and moved it to Bunn Drive. They left small footprint square buildings with very little window access to a narrow perimeter, and it really largely impossible to reuse them. There's no desire for them in the office market today. 457 Harrison is under leased. 29 Thanet, which was used by Church and Dwight, still under lease by Church and Dwight. Church and Dwight has left and moved out that building. So you have a neighborhood that is desolate, and you're faced with these buildings, enormous parking lots. If they were full of office life, there'd be a steady traffic stream, 8 to 9 every morning and 5 o'clock at night, but it's really not the case now. So it's your challenge to see how do you make a new neighborhood. So I want to applaud you for envisioning turning this into residential use. It's a tough challenge. We can always sit around and say, wow, wouldn't it be a little better if we did this or that and added this grocery store and this swimming pool and this tennis court. But the simple act of erasing these buildings, reusing the property to build a neighborhood for 300 residents is remarkable and will be a great benefit to the town. And I want to particularly say the inclusion of 80 units of targeted senior housing ties into a long history that Princeton has of creating exactly those type of projects. From Elm Court to Harriet Bryan House to Spruce Circle, Princeton has created housing for people who are retiring, whose income levels are dropping, who need stability, stasis, who need the security of people similar to themselves living with them in their neighborhood to age with contentedness in place. So this is not forced segregation like redlining. This is a housing option we're offering. There's no prohibition for a wealthy senior to live in the market rate stuff. You're creating an opportunity, a benefit for people, for seniors, who we sort of believe in our society have earned that. And finally, I want to say, not all of these buildings are ready for demolition. 29 Thanet is actually in pretty good shape. Church and Dwight has kept it up. It's 43,000 square foot of Class A office space. A group of us in the community are trying to convert that building into an adaptive reuse project to make a center for community nonprofits. If we can build a new neighborhood with residential use and put community nonprofits together in this new neighborhood to give support to the residents not only there but in the northeastern quadrant of town, it'd be extraordinary gain. So I urge you to try to make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're very excited about that prospect too. Ms. Warren? And then, yep.
Good evening, Kate Warren, 17 Jefferson. A comment on my own, not here as the Housing Board Chair. I support this redevelopment plan. I really am excited about what Mayor Lempert had labeled as centers of energy, new centers of energy, and this certainly looks like it will be one. We need the housing desperately. The overall project is, in my mind, very creative, and I thank you all for that. Unfortunately, I missed the meeting last week of the Housing Board. I wanted to bring the redevelopment plan up to see if I could get a consensus to bring before you of full support from the board, but unfortunately, I don't have that. It's my guess that there's support. Maybe Councilman Williamson, he was at the meeting, and he can.
I'm not sure if I'm authorized to speak on behalf of the entire board, but I would say yes.
Yeah. So that's exciting to me. So now, as the chair of the Housing Board, I do have a question. There are several questions. One, in the unharmonized ordinances of the former borough and township, any developer who came to town was supposed to come to the Affordable Housing Board first. That never happened. But we would appreciate a developer to come and let us know what they're up to, what they're doing, and so we can give input to you and give you recommendations and for consideration. So I look forward to having Avalon Bay and Pearl come before the board just to give us an outline of what they hope to accomplish. I do have a question, and so I just need to know where in what document, and then you can tell me to sit down. So where am I going to find, what document addresses that the definition of rent for these units in Avalon Bay will go beyond the UHAC definition? And by that I mean, is it possible, the major concern for a lot of our units, we still have that unit on Nassau Street that's empty because of parking fees. So is that in the document?
It is, yes. So I don't have the number right in front of me, but it's in the redeveloper's agreement, and it's listed under amenities. And I don't know if somebody has the language in front of them that they're able to read, but I can paraphrase, which is essentially for residents in the affordable units that there will be no fee to access the sort of basic amenities, and that there will be at least one free parking space per affordable unit. I don't think Avalon Bay has figured out yet how they're going to be managing their parking up there, if it's going to be free to all residents or not, but just in case they decide to charge, there will be a free sort of, again, like a basic parking space. So if they might charge more for covered parking spaces, that won't be free, but the basic. And we pushed for that in large part because of the feedback we got from the Affordable Housing Board. And I just want to thank you for bringing that issue to our attention, so it could be something that we really advocated for in the redevelopers agreement.
Well, thank you so much for that negotiation. It's really important. It keeps a lot of our applicants out of our housing, the extra fee.
Mayor, can I just
That would be
add
section J on page 11 of the plan.
and may I just add?
It's not the plan, it's in the
Redevelopment
agreement.
Section J.
A brief qualification for that. So yes, we pushed hard in, and credit to our negotiating team for that, to ensure that the residents of the Avalon Bay development will have access without fee to the amenities. However, this does not include residents of the senior housing. They will have access to outdoor facilities such as a playground if there's a dog park, but not to a gym or a pool.
Well, that kind of makes sense to me. I'm sure it's insurance reasons. It's like the public coming and using, I'm just glad about the parking fee. It's a major win, and I can't tell you how appreciative I am of that negotiation. That's it, but I do support the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak as part of the public hearing on the redevelopment plan? All right, we're going to give Mr. Miller special dispensation to speak twice, but I ask that not everybody who spoke already come back.
Bernie
to the
Miller,
mic.
34 Governor's Lane. I'll be extraordinarily brief. I think I got an answer to the question that precipitated this hour-long discussion, and that is that the redevelopment plan has the effect of zoning, and the redevelopment agreement has the effect of a contract between the municipality and the developer. And it got me thinking about zoning, because when I sat in the same position as you are all sitting now, we found through sad experience that if it was not permitted in the zoning, you couldn't do it. And I won't cite a specific example, but those of you that were around a couple of years ago realized we had to deal with a business that wanted to relocate from the central business district to a more of a fringe area of town. And while you could put a coal yard there or a scrap yard there, you could not put a personal services business there. We had to change the zoning to do it. I will point out that contracts can be amended, and wetlands have a habit of changing. And my concern is that if the zoning permits it, it may be necessary to do it at some later time. And the argument can be made that it is permitted by the zoning to have 65-foot height buildings on that site. That's not meant as an implication that Avalon Bay will do it. Because I should have said this much earlier. When I was on council, we slogged through a very long negotiation, and which led to the development of the Avalon Bay unit, Avalon Bay development on Witherspoon. It's a great success. It's a welcome addition to the community. It looks well. It's managed well. And while I haven't conducted the survey, the people I know that live there are quite happy. Avalon Bay was a difficult negotiator, but we were a difficult negotiator also. And I think that the end result was something that benefited the community, and I'm happy with it. And I support what is before council.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak as part of the public hearing on this ordinance? All right, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council and see if there's any questions from council or discussion from council, or if there's a motion. Mr. Cohen?
I just want to make a brief comment about the flexibility that's in the redevelopment plan in the bulk standards. I know that at least one of the speakers pointed to that as evidence that we were being taken advantage of and that Avalon Bay was getting all of the benefit from the redevelopment plan. And the fact of the matter is that the flexibility is something that enables Avalon Bay to actually be responsive to the community, whereas if we had had more constricting regulations, it would have really locked in what may have been perceived early on as the best scenario, but on further reflection, we may have discovered a better solution for the site. So I think that I just want to emphasize that the way that the flexibility that's built into this redevelopment plan is benefits both parties.
Thank you. Anybody else? Ms. Pern-Lambros?
Yeah, I have a few comments. I think, I think this has been, obviously, I thought I was coming tonight to the chicken ordinance plan. I didn't know. I'm just kidding. This has been tough. Me and I jumping into kind of the middle of something that is really, already underway. So in my limited scope of time, talking to other municipalities, doing some training, going to the league, going to planning conference, I found out that, this is what a lot of municipalities are doing, 300 and some across our state. They're doing redevelopment plans. They're using pilots as a tool to help fund their 100% affordable housing and to reach their obligations. So I think having this redevelopment plan gives us a creative tool for funding our affordable housing obligation, and we have 100% affordables that we're facing. What gives me a lot of comfort tonight in hearing from last night is that the planning board will have oversight. Their oversight is critical. I'd like to see more in terms of what this development is going to look like. I'd like to see more community goodwill. I'd like to see more support in terms of connectivity, funding for public transit, and reduced impervious coverage, just to name a few things. But overall, even though I don't think this is ideally structured, I think we're dealing with the contract purchaser, and we've had a lot less ability to negotiate, and I appreciate what my colleagues have gone through to get us here. My druthers would have been more inclusionary project, but our legal counsel tells us that, he cautions us that we're pretty far down the road right now to begin this discussion all over again. So I'm committed to trying to work together to getting the best deal possible and on creating, working on the details going forward.
Ms. Fraga, and then Ms. Niedergen.
Thank you. So first, I want to thank all who have reached to us with comments, multiple emails, sharing your concerns and recommendations that are related to what we're considering tonight. I thank you, and I have welcomed your input concerning some of the concerns that you have raised. Because of your input, it has generated questions that I may not have considered. And for that, I also thank you. We had the opportunity to have those questions answered by staff and legal counsel, and I am trusting the information that has been made available to date. The comments that I heard today too, Ms. Butler and Mr. Miller, that it gives me comfort to hear that based on your experience in negotiating with Avalon, it sounds to me like it was positive, and that gives me comfort because I actually know several of the families that live on the Witherspoon Avalon development, both in the market rate and the affordable units, and I do believe that it's a good community. So I'm actually personally I'm not I don't have issues with it not being inclusionary, and that we are looking at having the senior 100% affordable units for different reasons, which when we get to that, I can talk about that. But overall, I feel very comfortable with what we're considering here.
Thank you. I would like to also thank my colleagues for all the hard work that's been done on this for many years before I arrived, and to Councilwoman Sachs and Perrone-Lambros for what I can only describe as a Herculean, is that the Herculean? Thank you. Herculean effort in getting up to speed and going far beyond that. I myself am uncomfortable with this redevelopment plan, and I plan to vote against, but more for some of the underlying assumptions. This will cement in place our third affordable housing unit in addition to the former Save Site and Franklin, and I'm very uncomfortable with the financial obligation that will involve. If everything goes well, we'll be fine, and if things don't go well, I'm very concerned about the ramifications of that. I'm also concerned, despite what Kate Warren said and others have said, about having really one very upscale development next to a senior unit that will not share the same amenities and the juxtaposition of them next to each other makes me more uncomfortable than if they had been more removed. Also, although it takes two to tango and you cannot make a deal without someone who's willing to deal with you, and as several have said, Avalon Bay is a difficult negotiator, and I hope they'll come through for us, and that in 5 or 10 years we'll look back on this project and go, hey, that was hard, but it's actually really good. I certainly hope that will happen. But having Avalon Bay in the inclusionary element only do what is essentially 5% rather than the more typical 20%. I know they gave us the 2 acres of land, but they don't lose anything by doing that. And so why we ended up with 5% instead of 20%, that makes me very uncomfortable. I have to accept responsibility for that because I was here when we approved this agreement in December. I had many reservations. I supported it at that time. Getting back to the senior affordable, I'll just say one of the things that Fair Share Housing often points out is that seniors can live in family units, but families cannot live in senior units. And I understand the desire to reduce to keep the amount of growth, and Princeton will be experiencing substantial growth in the next few years, and I understand the desire to limit that. However, I also feel that the fact that I understand that seniors need places to live, but families also need places to live. And Princeton can provide, in terms of its education, in terms of the environment, such an advantage to families that may not have that in other places. And the senior units just exclude families from coming, and for that reason I'm going to not support the redevelopment plan, despite some of the really excellent points that have been made tonight. And I really just want to thank everybody for coming and for all the tremendous time and energy that so many of you have spent thinking about this and communicating with us about it.
I'll just make some quick comments. First of all, I'd like to thank all the people who, Princeton is so blessed to have so many people who have expertise in different areas and a lot of experience and are willing to share that with the mayor and members of council and share them a lot through emails, phone calls, etc. And I don't just say that as a joke. I say that because what it did was it gave more information for us to consider in making our decisions. I'll say this right here. There are things that if each of us individually could have done things by fiat that we would have wanted the site to look like, then it would probably meet every issue that, let's say, that John brought up, et cetera. We'll have this perfect situation of exactly the way we individually feel like it should be. But it doesn't work like that in the real world. In the real world here, we had to deal with the developer had some of their own interests. We had to deal with fair share housing. And the mayor and the council in closed session was not a monolithic entity. There was a lot of vigorous debate here about how different things should work out. And considering all these different factors, I believe the ultimate redevelopment plan supports both the goals of Mount Laurel, which is to create good economically and racially inclusive communities. And I believe that many of the concerns about the financials were met. Yes, it would be great if by fiat we could say, Avalon, you know, if you're going to do a pilot, you got to pay that much higher percentage pilot, et cetera. But in negotiation, we just can't get everything we want, and some people are going to lose some things, but you gain other things. So, considering the totality of the circumstances, we're getting well-needed affordable housing units. We're getting senior units. I personally argued for a larger, for higher density and more inclusionary development. But neither do I think that my opinions are always perfect. I think after all the different folks who are involved in these debates, and that the plan that we have now is an acceptable plan. And I think it's a decent plan. There are things in there, like I said, if I could do it by fiat, I would have done differently. But I'm not just going to not vote for something because it didn't come out exactly the way that I want it to look. Overall, I think it's a good plan, and that's why I'm supporting it.
Thank you. Ms. Sachs, do you want to say something?
Yes. So I've made a lot of major decisions in my life, where to go to college, whether to get married, whether to have children, and they all took a lot of deliberation and thought. I can tell you that I have spent more time agonizing over this affordable housing settlement than all of the rest of those decisions combined. I have...
Your husband will be glad to hear that.
There's some jokes in there, but I'm not going to look for them.
I have, since January 2nd, been 24/7 eating, breathing, sleeping, and agonizing over this plan. It has taken over our life. It has made it impossible for us really to get on with the work of the council. And we had a great kickoff council retreat, and we spent a lot of time coming up with an extraordinarily ambitious agenda for the year, and we have now spent almost 2 months entirely on this settlement. And it's time for us to move on. As Michelle said, she and I came in, not in the fourth quarter, but in overtime. And there are definitely decisions that were made. The bulk of this deal was signed into existence on December 18th. And a lot went into that. There are some things I disagreed with, some things I agreed with, obviously. But I think Michelle and I have worked really hard to shape parts of the plan that we could, that were still open, and to weigh in. And I think that to vote no and to stand on principle at this point, I hope people understand that if we were to vote this down, it would plunge the municipality into a prolonged period of litigation and uncertainty. And I cannot, as an elected official, vote for that. I think that would be irresponsible. And the big question on the table throughout all of this has been, okay, so we don't like, there are critiques of this plan. Is there a plan B? And there's only one person who's come up with a plan B, and that's Joel Schwartz, who's sitting here. And I've examined his proposed plan closely and gave it a lot of thought. But it involved putting, right now the neighborhood, the Thanet neighborhood, is absorbing 80% of the settlement plan. I happen to live in that neighborhood. I'm excited to have many new neighbors. I don't think Joel's plan would require adding hundreds of more units on top of the units that are already going into that neighborhood. And I don't feel, and it would also not be financially as responsible a decision as the one we have now. It would also mean adding many more school children. So I appreciate, Joel, very much. You're trying to come up with a plan B, and I wish that, you know, there could have been other proposed options, but there weren't. And there are also many, many wonderful things about this plan. One of the things I'm most excited about is the synergy that between the seniors who will be living in the senior housing and the plan that Kevin referenced to turn 29 Thanet to move the senior the senior center to 29 Thanet, as well as other nonprofits. So anyway, the buzzer hasn't gone off, but there are parts of this plan that I'm really excited about, and I understand everyone's concerns, and I just want to let you all know that if there was anything that could be done different or better, or if I felt that anything could be improved by taking more time, I would insist on more time. I mean, these resolutions and the things that we're voting on have already been postponed numerous times because we in council really wanted to explore every other option. And you have my word that we have all together unearthed every other possible stone and left nothing unturned. And this is what we have. And I think there are many wonderful things about it, and we'll work to make them even more wonderful.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I just add a quick note, which is I have to say that my ability to vote no on this is predicated on the other council members voting yes. So it is a luxury that I am indulging in. And I realize that if I were the fourth vote on something that might otherwise be turned upside down, I would not vote to destroy this plan. So for what that's worth.
All right, before I ask for a motion, I just make two quick comments. One is, I think this is a really good plan for the town, and one of the things we are trying to accomplish with it is to address a significant portion of our affordable housing obligation, which we are able to do. So there are 101 affordable housing credits on this site, with 300 units. So if you take the site as a whole, we're able to develop at 30% affordable, which is an important, if you look at the scope of our affordable housing plan, and what we've tried to accomplish with it is both smart growth, so that's thinking about where we're locating the development, making sure it's walkable, but also sustainable growth. And the truth is, even though we have been a good player over the years and have been doing, in my opinion, a good job at building affordable housing, the obligation that was given to the town to complete by 2025 was significant. And to think about building that amount of housing, not over the next decade, not over the next couple decades, but by 2025 is enormous. And what we get with the senior housing is 80 units of affordable housing with zero impact to the schools. The alternative to that is 400 units of housing. So it is a good deal for the municipality. The redevelopment has allowed us to accomplish it. I would take exception to what my colleague, Ms. Niedergang, said, is that seniors can live in family units, but families can't live in senior units. Theoretically, that's true, but it's also true that not all seniors can live in family units. And one of the advantages to having a senior development, this is a point that my colleague, Mr. Cohen, made at a prior meeting, is that it's built to a different standard. So if you want to age in place, maybe you're fine at the moment, but what are you going to be like in 20 years or in 30 years? And to be able to move to a place where you know it's going to be built to the ADA standards where you can age, and we're not talking about people who are so wealthy that they can decide to move to Stonebridge when their apartment doesn't work anymore. This is meeting a critical need. And of all of the projects we've been talking about, this is the only one I've already started getting emails about. How do I sign up? So to say there's not a need or that the seniors could live somewhere else is just not true. I really don't think it's true. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. And I would like to see if there's a motion to introduce, and when you introduce, if you could please include the paragraph that was read at the beginning, which is 365, about the fire protection plan. So is there a motion to introduce with that
Is it
change?
introducing or is
I'm
it?
sorry. No, is there a motion to approve with that?
I move to approve
With that addition.
the redevelopment plan with the addition of 3.6.5.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
And Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Perrone-Lambros?
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang?
No.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Fraga?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Sachs?
Yes.
Okay, the ordinance is approved. Thank you for the clapping. And we've gotten through one item on the agenda, and now 8 more. So fasten your seatbelts. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. McManaman, and I've asked him to give a presentation that will walk us through all of the items that are now facing council. We're going to have any questions from council on the presentation. We're going to open it up for comment, and I would just, when you make your comment, you should speak to, now I welcome your comments on everything else on the agenda. Then we're going to bring it back to council and work our way through these items. Hopefully that made sense. So it's all yours, Kevin.
Okay, I'm grab. I was gonna. It's gonna grab.
People can stand up and stretch for a minute.
Mayor, who was supposed to provide coffee tonight? Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay.
Yep, got it here. Thanks. So I want to just begin by recognizing that we're here tonight because Princeton Township filed a declaratory judgment action I'm sorry? The municipality of Princeton, I beg your pardon. The municipality of Princeton filed it goes back to my old days, filed a declaratory judgment action seeking to control its destiny in the affordable housing world. And the result of that litigation was the settlement that's been referenced several times in mid-December of 2019 with respect to its affordable housing obligations. And from that settlement agreement emerged a couple of operative documents like the December 18, 2019 Memorandum of Understanding with Avalon Bay regarding the Thanet Road project, in which Avalon Bay agreed that it would build a 221-unit project, 210 market rate units, and 11 affordables. And the township entered into an affordable housing agreement with Pearl, in which Pearl agreed that it would build an 80-unit age-restricted affordable project. So the property that we're talking about here, I think everybody knows, Block 5502, Lot 4 is on Thanet Road. It's worth noting that the current assessment is about $6.5 million, and that assessment yields about $155,000 in taxes at the moment. So when we're talking about the Avalon Bay project, we're talking about a project that helps set the table. There are a number of features that I think are important for the governing body here to consider when it's evaluating the matters that are before it. This project sets the table for the senior project, and by that I mean that Avalon Bay did agree to convey the Pearl parcel for no money. Moreover, Avalon Bay agreed that it would grade and prepare the Pearl parcel for development. This senior project and the Avalon Bay project together are in lieu of what could have been a potentially larger inclusionary project, and this result was, I think, more desirable for many of the people who were leading the negotiations here. Avalon Bay agreed, for example, to provide an evergreen buffer next to Governor's Lane. Avalon Bay agreed to explore shared stormwater management system with Pearl. They agreed to construct traffic improvements if they're necessary in order to accommodate the additional traffic that's likely to result from the project. They agreed to construct a covered bus stop that would support the shuttle bus service in the area. They agreed that they will explore bike and pedestrian connections during the site plan approval process. They agreed that they will tighten the curb radii at the intersection of Thanet and Terhune. They agreed that they would resurface a multi-use path on the property. They further agreed that they contribute $5,000 toward the connection between the property and the pedestrian pathway. They agreed that their buildings will meet or exceed applicable fire safety requirements. They agreed that their installation of open space and recreation features on certain parts of their property will be open to the general public. They agreed that they will install 2 electric vehicle charging outlets on their property. They agreed that they will construct a bike share station to serve the Zagster bike share program, currently in operation in the municipality. They'll use LED lighting throughout the project. They agreed to pursue Energy Star designation and will do design to LEED certification. They finally agreed that there be no charge for amenities for the residents of the affordable units. Some of the dynamics of the Pearl project that are important to consider are that Avalon Bay will subdivide the property to create an approximately 2-acre parcel that they'll convey to the town, and the town will then convey to Pearl. The senior project that Pearl will construct is approximately $17 million. You can see there are a couple of different sources of funds that go into that, including an HMFA loan, tax credit financing, and a municipal contribution of approximately $8 million. They have agreed, however, that if the project costs come in under the $17 million, they're going to produce a budget in about 6 months from now. And if the project costs do come in under $17 million, that the municipal contribution can be reduced. They also agreed that their property must be used for affordable housing, and then if it's not, title reverts back to the municipality. Finally, there's an expectation that there will be a pilot on the project. and that the pilot will be 6.28% of their annual gross revenue. That is a number that is really fixed by statute. It could be less than that, but that's the max that it could be. So there's really very little room in that part of the deal to negotiate. I'll talk now about the tax exemption application that Avalon Bay submitted. We talked a little bit about that earlier. So their estimated project cost is about $76.5 million. They estimate that their annual gross revenue will be $7,287,081. There was talk earlier in the evening that those revenue projections are not as rosy as what might be realized when this project is actually built, and that in fact there could be an additional $1.8 million from the project when you factor in perhaps higher than estimated rent revenues, and you factor in the other types of fees that developers like this customarily charge their tenants. When, as in if that happens, of course, Princeton will realize the benefit from those increased revenues, because the pilot that we're talking about here is a function of their gross revenue. So as their gross revenue goes up, so goes the Princeton share of the annual service charge or pilot. You can see in here what we have is their rent projections on an annual and a monthly basis, and the 11% of annual gross revenue service charge projection will yield just under $802,000 in the first year of stabilization. And of that amount, the municipality will retain $761,000, and the county will realize $40,000. So we talked a little bit before about how the application included less detail than some people would have liked, and that some people believe the statute calls for. And as I said earlier, that's not wrong. The application did not include a great deal of detail, and the statutory provisions do, I think, can be interpreted to require that additional information. And what I suggested earlier was that the additional detail really wouldn't meaningfully change the analysis that I think you are being asked to consider tonight, for the reasons that I said a moment ago, that to the extent that the revenues, more detail about the revenues will enable us to better determine whether they're sort of short selling the revenues. More revenues only benefit Princeton in any event. Moreover, the expenses that could have been detailed more in this application are important to consider when determining, as we go forward with them, what their net profit will be, what they can realize, within the limits that they're imposed upon them. But they will be required to submit annual audit reports, and those audit reports will shed light on the actual revenues they realize, the actual expenses they incur, and the resulting net profit to them, and whether they're limited, whether the net profit exceeds applicable limitations, and as a result would have to share that excess revenue with the town. We will monitor that, check that through those annual audit reports. It's worth noting that the Avalon Bay project, if it were taxed conventionally, the tax assessor went through the analysis that you see here tonight, that it would likely lead to a tax of about $1.4 million per year. So the projected pilot of $801,000 and change is about 55% of that. Of course, I neglected to include on this sheet that the municipality's share of that $1.4 million is less than the $800,000 that the municipality will realize as a result of the pilot program. It's also worth considering that the Pearl project, we talked a moment ago about the $8 million municipal contribution part of that. The municipality here will likely fund that obligation at some point through a debt issuance, notes or bonds, and that debt issuance will trigger a corresponding debt service obligation on an ongoing basis. And the municipality's financial advisor ran several different debt service schedule scenarios including an $8 million issue at 20 years, $8 million at 30 years, $10 million at 20 years, and $10 million at 30 years. And the reason for that is that so the obligation may be $8 million. It may be necessary to fund something more than that if the municipality intends to capitalize interest and raise money in the bond issue to pay interest during the early years of the Avalon Bay project. The Avalon Bay project will yield pilot revenues that are sufficient to cover the debt service on the Pearl bonds. But in the first year or two, it might not be complete enough to yield that revenue. So the municipality can cover that obligation by issuing enough debt to cover the interest obligation in the first year or two. And the reason why I think it's important to consider that now is because you can see that even if Princeton were to issue $10 million, if it were to finance that $10 million over 20 years, its annual obligation for debt service would be $640,000 a year, less than the projected pilot revenue from the Avalon Bay project. If the municipality were to fund that $10 million obligation over 30 years, that obligation would likely yield a debt service obligation of about $510,000 a year. Again, that's less than the net annual service charge that the Avalon Bay project will likely generate for the town. Those are fairly conservative estimates, in part because the analysis of the pilot revenue to the debt service was really based on a static annual service charge over 30 years. By that I mean a flat $761,500. And what I said earlier is that the Avalon Bay project will yield a pilot revenue that's a function of their revenues. Their revenues almost certainly, well, I don't want to say almost certainly, they definitely will go up over the 30-year term, right? Avalon Bay's rents are going to increase unquestionably. All developments do. And as their rents and other charges go up, their revenues go up, your percentage of the revenues will go up because their base calculation of the revenue goes up. So the point there is that the Pearl project debt service will, under any of these scenarios, be covered adequately by the revenues generated by the Avalon Bay project. And the different scenarios are, the municipality has the flexibility to determine whether to accelerate the bond debt service schedule in a 20-year feature. It could do 25, it could do 30, but we have the ability to play with those numbers in ways that best serve Princeton's interests. But in any of those cases, the debt service is covered by the pilot revenues. Those are really the details of the different projects that I thought were important to mention. What's before you tonight are a series of resolutions and ordinance. The resolutions approve the redevelopment agreement with Avalon Bay. Resolution authorizes an amendment to the existing affordable housing agreement with Pearl. One of the resolutions expresses Princeton's support for the Pearl project. That is something that is necessary for Pearl's application to HMFA for the tax credit financing program. They need to be able to go to HMFA and say the local governing body supports this project. And then lastly, before you is an ordinance approving the financial agreement, which is the document that memorializes the pilot terms with Avalon Bay. The other three are resolutions. That's an ordinance. So what you'd be asked to do tonight is to introduce that ordinance and then adopt it on second reading when that meeting is scheduled. So I think, having said all those details, what I would urge you to consider is that when you look at a redevelopment project, which is primarily a business deal, there are legal aspects to it, but it is primarily a business deal. When you look at a redevelopment project, it's possible to identify particular terms that you may not like, that you may question whether they're good enough for the town or too good for the developer. But I urge you to consider that in the context of a project like this, there is a larger picture that you need to view. And that's these projects, they're really connected. It's the one, I sort of call it in most places one project, it's two parts. But this project really serves the interest of helping to satisfy Princeton's constitutional affordable housing obligation. And while there may be parts of this overall deal that you find dissatisfaction with, that's understandable, but I urge you to consider that every effort to make one term better for the town has a corresponding impact on each of the developers and causes them to push back. That door swings both ways. There are things that we pushed to include in this document that Avalon Bay and Pearl did not want. And there are things that we asked for that they did not agree to. That's what happens when you're negotiating a deal, and that's where that's brings us to the place where we are tonight. And we have talked before about timing. I'd urge you to consider that more time will likely not realize a materially better project. We can take more time, and the most that would do is probably increase the risk that these deals fall apart, which would then correspondingly cause the whole affordable housing settlement to potentially be dismantled. So I urge you to consider, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about this, but I urge you to consider that when you are reviewing the legislation that's before you tonight.
So before we open it up again for public comment, I just wanted to see if anyone had any comments or questions. I wanted to just ask a clarifying question. These are documents that were still being worked on. We wanted to make sure that a version got up on the website before the long weekend. So there were some documents put up on Friday that had some minor changes to them in the interim. The corrected versions are now up on the website, but Mr. DeShield, do you
just
want to
clarify in terms of looking at the corrected documents? The initial documents put up this weekend are on the front page of our website under the affordable housing. All of the corrected documents are under our agenda packet. So if people are looking for the corrected documents, you need to go to the agenda packets. We'll change those on the front page by tomorrow morning so that they'll be consistent also.
Okay. Yeah, we apologize for the confusion. It was a holiday weekend, and we wanted to make sure they got up on the website because we wanted you to have a chance to look and read things before tonight's meeting. So I do want to ask Ms. Niedergang.
I just have one quick comment, which is if the rosier projections of our income from this project do come true, I'd love to see a chunk of that assigned to public transit, because I think that's really going to be important for the success of this development and to get people back and forth to where they need to go and to really integrate it into the town. And we were unsuccessful in getting that from the developer at this point, although we are getting a bus stop. So just I think that would be a really good use of funds.
Well, the door hasn't completely closed on that, but
glad to hear.
I would say that that's probably going to be a decision that will face the governing body in a few years, and hopefully that will be a great decision where you get to decide what to do with extra money. And our friends from the Board of Ed left. I think they're interested in having a conversation too. So, and there's also other 100% projects that this money could potentially be used to help subsidize as well. So I don't think we're going to have a problem finding good things to spend it on or to give it back to the taxpayers in some form. But that's, we can leave that for, we can leave the fun decisions for the future governing body. Yeah, Ms. Lambros?
Yeah, or future other developments too, because we have a lot. But Mr. McManaman, I just wanted to ask now, in terms of the agreement in front of us tonight. I mean, we really rushed to get this done, and it's lacking in some of the areas that we're hoping to get. I mean, they're details, but they're still really important details. I'm not inclined to just push this through and approve it without and be really having another, go around. What is the time frame? I mean, you say that this is urgent. I mean, everything's been urgent in the past 30 days.
Understood. So the party, Princeton here is party to a memorandum of understanding in which it agreed that it would take certain actions by certain dates. One of those actions and one of those dates was I believe the adoption of approval of a redevelopment agreement by February 10th. That was a week and change ago. And that date came and went, and here we are. It's now the 19th, and so we're already sort of past that date. There's also the Pearl project, and this is another important feature of this. There are application cycles during the course of the year, during which parties seeking these financing options have to apply, and there are deadlines for them. And the next deadline for the Pearl project is I don't remember the exact date, but it's within the first week and a half or so of March. So for Pearl to submit an application that will be considered for their tax credit financing, they need to submit their application by that date in March. There are obviously a finite number of opportunities for this governing body to act favorably if it's ever going to do that. It will need to do it in order for them to submit that application by that meeting cycle deadline. If they don't, they'll miss the deadline and have to wait for the next meeting cycle. I don't know when that is. Those are just two of the time pressure points that Princeton is dealing with here.
And that's the ordinance in front of us, the first ordinance, the financial agreement?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Financial agreement with Avalon Bay?
Yes,
So
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood
the
your
ordinance,
question.
Ms. Perrin-Lambros was asking about having more time on this ordinance. I don't understand exactly how it relates to the Pearl resolutions.
I'm sorry, it doesn't. I was suggesting that there are time pressures for both of the projects, and that with respect to the Avalon Bay project, there are deadlines set forth in the agreement that Princeton already signed by which it would take certain actions. And
I was going to ask Ms. Lambros to clarify, are your reservations about all of these resolutions and the ordinance? Are they about specific ones? And could you be specific about what your remaining reservations are?
Okay. Well, my remaining reservations with the Avalon financial agreement is that I'm really pleased to see the public spaces and the amenities, being equal between the affordable units. But there were some things that we were talking about in terms of, funding public transit, in terms of funding pathways, in terms of helping, more in terms of being really a community, just community goodwill. And, I don't see any of those points. We kind of talked about it. It kind of went back and forth. And I just was hoping we'd have a little bit more substance to those areas that are really important, because I don't want to have to rely on maybe we'll have extra pilot money, because I think, especially in the first few years, we're probably going to be negative in terms of the of being able to cover our debt service with the senior piece. So that's my piece with Avalon. And then in terms of Pearl, I think I expressed it in, but I'll express it again. That
Michelle, before you go to Pearl, just
Should we wait?
speak at yours. Aren't we just voting to introduce the ordinance?
I think you're confusing two things. So the ordinance introduction is the financial agreement.
Right.
What you're talking about is the resolution that's fourth on the list here, which is the redevelopment agreement with Avalon Bay.
Yeah, I was looking at the execution of the financial agreement.
Okay, but I think the specific examples you were giving were things that were
in number
in
4?
the redevelopers agreement,
Okay.
correct?
It's confusing. Sorry.
I'm not sure what the best way to handle it. What I was hoping to do was sort of give a broad overview of the project dynamics for both Avalon Bay and Pearl. Now the agenda lays out ordinance regarding the financial agreement with Avalon Bay, and then a series of resolutions that relate both to Avalon Bay and to Pearl. And I don't know how to take them, if you want to sort of do them in order or have everybody air their thoughts one way or the other. But
Yeah, I mean, maybe just for clarity, I do want to open it up to the public too, but I mean, we can go through each one and get a little bit more detail if that would help for folks, and just orient everybody who's here. So the first is the ordinance introduction. So this, again, is a two-step process. What's different about this ordinance versus the one we just held the public hearing on is this is not a land use ordinance, so it does not get referred to the planning board. It's just two-step process at council. So if it is introduced tonight, there's a public hearing that would be scheduled for March 9th. And Kevin, you went over the broad strokes of this, but just to clarify for folks, the long-term tax exemption and the financial agreement, what does that encompass, like the ordinance piece of this that we're voting on?
so under this agreement, the project that Avalon Bay will build will be exempt from taxation. And instead of paying property taxes, they will make a payment in lieu of tax to the town, a pilot or annual service charge. That amount is calculated at it's proposed to be calculated at 11% of their gross revenue, which is all their revenues, whether it's the pet fees and parking fees or whatever. I'm just making those up, but and their rents, whatever their rent is, it's 11% of all that. Princeton will keep 95% of that number, and 5% will go to the county. And you can use those revenues really for whatever you want. The idea in the context of this overall project is that a good chunk of that revenue will go to pay the debt service on the bonds that Princeton will issue to fund the Pearl obligation. So they will, they're limited in their ability to make a net profit that exceeds a certain threshold. And in order to monitor that every year, they will submit audit reports that you can check their net profit and make sure it's not exceeding that threshold. And if it does, then they will have to pay that excess over to Princeton. There are, I can't remember if we talked about it here or if it was a different meeting, but there are periods of time during the 30-year exemption life at which they will compare. I think I talked about it earlier. Okay, the 11% of gross revenue to escalating percentages of otherwise applicable taxes. That term is incorporated into this agreement. So that's what this agreement does. By statute, it is approved by ordinance. So before you tonight is the introduction of it. If it is moved and seconded and voted on, it'll be scheduled for a second reading.
I just wanted to mention one more thing. I know there's a 1% administrative fee
Yes.
that will be used to actually administer. As he spoke about before, there's audits each year. We'll receive a fee of 1% that will be used to pay for the cost of any professionals needed to evaluate those audits on an annual basis.
Okay. Are there any questions from council?
Yeah, so just to clarify, so this ordinance 2029, this really ties to the redevelopment plan in terms of the tax.
I'm sorry, it ties to the redevelopment?
It ties to the redevelopment plan, what we just approved, in terms of the tax exemption for Apple.
Well, it's tied to it in that the project that this agreement relates to will be undertaken in the area that the plan relates to. But the terms of the redevelopment plan and the terms of the financial agreement really aren't connected.
Because we had a separate financial agreement that we had looked at.
Let's try to understand the question.
That's it. That's separate. Okay.
But we're just voting to introduce it. Like we can't.
I got you. All right.
We can't. The public can't. We're not voting on it. We're just voting to introduce it so we can have several weeks of public discussion.
And I think it's going to make the meeting flow best if we go through each of these, get the council questions, get the description of what it is, council questions, and we'll get through the list, and then we'll open it up. So for the resolutions, the first one is the resolution authorizing the execution of an amendment to the affordable housing agreement with Pearl. And this is an agreement that was passed, I can't remember now, but several weeks ago. And upon further discussion among council and with the developer, we wanted to make some changes to it. I don't know if you can just sort of highlight what those are and what we'll be voting on with that resolution tonight.
Yeah, so in the amendments, the first three terms are really just clarifications. Clarifications intended to illustrate that what the municipality is really funding is the municipal contribution, not the overall project cost of $17 million. And then we get into a couple of changes that the governing body thought were desirable in an effort to curb the possibility that the contribution might dramatically exceed $8 million. The redeveloper, Pearl, agreed to sit down with the town. In 6 months, they owe the town an updated version of their project budget. And when they do that, if the amount of the municipal contribution has gone up because, for example, there's an increase in the project cost, then they agreed to sit down with officials in Princeton in order to discuss ways to revise or adjust the project or the budget to try and maintain or manage Princeton's financial obligation and keep it as close as possible to $8 million. They also agreed that if there are reductions in costs, because their estimates today are fairly conservative, and that the costs may go down, and so we're adding a provision that if those costs do go down, that the municipal contribution part will also go down. It's not like any savings are going to only be a function of their mortgage or something like that. Princeton's going to benefit from the cost reduction.
I just want to clarify, not only if their costs go down, but if their ability to obtain outside funding goes up, we also get the benefit.
Yeah, there will be this reduction in the town's obligation to contribute the money to it, yeah. A couple of other sort of provisions at the end there. We wanted to ensure that this developer constructed another project in Freehold that many of the council members have seen and were impressed by, and as a result, we included a provision that the standard of construction of the project Pearl will build here in Princeton is comparable to the standard of their Freehold project. And lastly, Pearl agreed that they will explore working with a Princeton-based nonprofit agency to participate in the project. We want a local stakeholder to be helping to facilitate this project. So those are the key features of the amendment.
Great, thank you. And then the next resolution, we passed a similar resolution for the RPM Save Site, which is the resolution of need. And if you just explain, I think this is a fairly standard resolution.
Yeah, fairly standard resolution that I think gets folded into their application package for their financing.
Okay. And then the next one is designating Pearl as the developer of the senior development, and then maybe take these together. And then the next one is a resolution designating Avalon Bay as the redeveloper and the redevelopment agreement. Those are paired together.
Yeah, so the Pearl one is another sort of application requirement. They need to show that the local governing body supports the project. That's the prior resolution. They also need to show that they've been designated the redeveloper by the local governing body. That's what the Pearl resolution does. The next resolution, 20-72, is a resolution designating Avalon Bay as the redeveloper for that project site and authorizing the execution of the redevelopment agreement that we talked a little bit about tonight.
Okay, and then finally, and I apologize for not saying this at the top of the meeting, we're still working, we're still negotiating this last resolution here, so we're going to be holding that one until Monday night. We're putting it on the agenda for Monday. So are there any questions on any of the first four resolutions for Kevin? Are people ready to open up and hear from the public? Okay. I'd like to open up the mic for anybody who'd like to speak on any of these resolutions. Also, the ordinance introduction.
You beat me to it.
Hi, Christine Symington, Program Director of Sustainable Princeton, also a resident Nassau Street. Held off on comments because I want to make sure we were talking to the right document, so I'm glad I wasn't the only one in the audience confused as to what was being discussed tonight, what was the appropriate time to talk. So a lot of our prepared comments I'm not going to go over because it'll be a little bit repetitive. Could you go back to the slide where you listed some of the things in the developer agreement with LEED certification, some of the sustainability elements? Yeah, I think there's some elements both on that side. So it's very encouraging to see a lot of these things in the agreement. I'm not going to repeat some of the things that other council members and other public folks have spoken about from the public. A few things that are missing here that are consistent with the climate action plan, and I invite the developers who, if they have not looked at that climate action plan, to look at it more closely. And specifically some of the goals that are in that plan. Back in July, Council and the community endorsed a plan to reduce emissions 80% by 2050, and also to make the town more resilient. We have a goal of keeping impervious cover to 10%. Currently in the community, it's 14%. And so as much as this development can, it should minimize impervious cover and utilize green infrastructure over gray. So if there's anything to be added to the agreement to do that. With respect to the public transit and the shuttle, I think that's very critical to help us achieve our goal of reducing emissions and getting people out of cars and into public transit. It's encouraging to see 2 EV charging outlets here. There definitely can be more. There is funding and incentives available to offset the costs. I would also encourage that the developers not charge much additional fees for that amenity. It should really only be a nominal fee to cover the cost of operating that so that it is more affordable to everyone. The LEED certification looks great, but we hope that the developers will make use of all the state funding, rebates, and incentives that are available, that we as utility payers are paying into these funds to be used to make the buildings more sustainable and energy efficient, so that they should utilize those fundings as much as possible to reduce the costs. Also, we would encourage you to add things, more specific things that have to do with the open space and the natural resources to create connective corridors for native habitat. If it reduce the amount of space that you need to maintain, so to incorporate low-mow, no-mow maintenance type of grounds management, and if you have to use lawn maintenance equipment, it should all be battery powered. Also strongly suggest to the developers that they look closely at the New Jersey Energy Master Plan that was released recently, and look at the specific actions that the state is going to be implementing with respect to low and moderate income housing. Specifically, there are things in the Energy Master Plan relating to things that are resiliency strategies for incorporating on-site renewable energy and battery storage, which will help these facilities in the event of extreme weather events. And we also want to make sure that the developers and council and the planning board know that the Office of Sustainable Princeton is open. My colleagues are here to help you understand how we can incorporate the climate action plan into this redevelopment plan. Thank you.
I have a question for the mayor. If I understood correctly, you were referring to a modification to the Pearl Agreement in which I think you said that a local nonprofit would be involved in the project. I didn't see a reference to that in any of the documents or on the website. I may have looked at a previous incarnation. It's a little confusing. Could you explain one more time what I'm referring to?
Right. So this is the resolution 2088, and was that uploaded to?
Again, it's on the agenda.
It's on the
not
agenda.
On
It's in. So when you go to the website and you look at the meeting, you have to go into the agenda packet. And just to clarify, there's language in there about I can't remember the verbiage now about, is it?
It reads, the developer agrees to explore working with a Princeton-based nonprofit agency to participate in the project.
So we don't have anybody lined up right now, and we have a nonprofit in mind,
Yeah.
potentially, but we can't name them as a
Understood.
third party in an agreement with someone else.
Thank
So-
you for clarifying. So that's in the revised version of the amendment to the Affordable Housing Agreement? It is. Great, I'll look for that. What happens if, I forget the exact language that Kevin just pointed out and you just read. I think the words were, "will explore." I think we all know that we'd like that to happen, right? So what happens if the explorations don't work out so good? Like, what's the effect of that language?
So it's a good question. It's similar to language that we end up using frequently in documents where we say reasonably cooperate or use best efforts and things like that, are relatively common fallback terms that we, when we negotiate contracts, we sort of land on when it's not possible to specify with certainty who it's going to be or things like that. In some instances you can do that. In other instances you can't. I think this is language that during the discussions that the developers' representatives had with the council, just we're comfortable that this language is that they're going to make their best efforts. So they are a community member.
I appreciate your answer.
Could I
Yes.
Could I try to answer
Yes.
what I think part of your question is? Because I didn't understand the purpose of involving a local nonprofit until this evening. The involvement of a nonprofit, local or not, is a point scoring criterion for certain kinds of financing, not the financing that we're relying on as the base financing for the project, but some of the supplemental financing that we're going to be pursuing. And so this is the reason for the language. I think that, you know, there are two possibilities. If there's no local nonprofit, suitable local nonprofit identified, one would be to find a non-local nonprofit to fill that role. The other would be that we wouldn't get that particular type of funding, or we might get it just without earning that point. So
Understood.
I wanted to help explain.
Thanks for clarifying that. Let me clarify what my intention is in speaking to this issue. I'm actually very supportive of this language that you just introduced. I think you are now more up to speed on related issues to what you just mentioned, David, that make advantageous to our community it's very advantageous in many ways for there to be a nonprofit, a local nonprofit, participating in this project. And so my reason for my questions was not to discourage you, just the opposite. That seems to be a highly desirable outcome. And let me clarify one thing. This amendment to the Affordable Housing Agreement is being introduced tonight for first reading, correct?
No, so this is where it's a little confusing. Okay, the amendment to the Pearl Agreement is a resolution. So we already have an agreement that was passed by resolution. This amendment is also a resolution. So if it passes tonight, it passes tonight. It's not an introduction. The introduction is related to the financial agreement, the pilot agreement with Avalon.
Okay, so
That might have been your question,
no,
too. I'm
actually,
sorry.
thank you for clarifying that. I wanted to encourage you as much as possible to, even after tonight, with the language you're adopting in the resolution, is to explore this. I encourage you in every way possible to actually make that a reality, because I think as you get deeper into it, you'll see the advantages for our community for there to be a local nonprofit involved in this project are substantial. So even though the language says you're going to explore it, and that's the resolution you almost certainly will adopt tonight, if the explorations don't go well, I urge you to come back and say, we're going to have another go at it because it's so advantageous for Princeton. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I will say there's the verb explores in a lot of these documents, and we hope to be reporting back on many of them that our explorations have been successful.
May I also add that the inherent in these contracts is that parties act in good faith. So even though something doesn't sound as explicit, it's expected that they will act in good faith to meet whatever the goal of that provision is in the contract.
Is there anybody who'd like to speak on any of the items that are remaining on the agenda?
I wanted to comment on the financing arrangements, and I think the train's already left the station. But besides everybody's understanding that the pilot means that the schools aren't being funded by this development, even though they are bringing 221 families in, and there will undoubtedly be children coming to the school system. I think there's a trend now to use this creative financing of the pilot in lieu of, I'm being redundant, to use the pilot, which means we're taking residential properties off the tax rolls. And we're going to create a group of people who will have no incentive to control costs. You know, if my kids are going to Princeton schools and my taxes aren't going to go up. Sure, I want all the best. I want all the best anyway, but I know I have to pay for it. And the people living in these rental units, they're not even going to see tax increases showing up in their rent because they're not going to be paying taxes for 30 years. So I don't have a solution, but you're contemplating this for other developments as well. We're going to have a large number of voters with different incentives than the people who've been here. So I'd just like you to consider that as you're considering the use of the pilot.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think I want to hear all the public comment, but I at the end, I want to address your concern. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
Just when we were talking about Pearl and the financial part there, I caught really well the things. If their cost is under the 17 million, the town has a chance to spend less money. Sorry. The town has a chance to spend less money if their budget's under the 17 million. But what happens if, I heard something about when their costs go up, there's going to be a discussion with the town officials. But to what degree is the town on the hook if their costs go up? Is there a cap on that? Is that unlimited or?
I think it's helpful to clarify at what point the costs go up. So there's, if you just explain, Kevin, about when the municipal contribution gets fixed,
Yep. So
and then what Pearl is taking on as liability.
part of the December 2019 agreement was an exhibit that illustrated their project budget. Under that agreement, in June of 2020, they will submit a revised version of that project budget, at which time we'll have a better understanding. We'll be 6 months deeper in. They will have, I think, gone through the application process, and we'll have a better sense of all those different financial dynamics. It's important to bear in mind here that Pearl is an experienced developer of projects like this, and that they have undertaken the construction of a project almost exactly like this in another town, Freehold, and that they have, they're able to sort of estimate costs relative to that. And so we have a pretty good sense of where we think it's going to land already anyway. And so we're pretty comfortable that the project budget that they've estimated so far is a real budget, and that the likelihood that the municipality's contribution will actually go up is not really high. It definitely can go up, and it might go up. And if it goes up because let me identify 3 areas where it really are most likely to go up, if at all. Number one is that if Pearl encounters conditions on the site that they don't know about today. That's a possibility. It could also go up if the interest rate in the HMFA financing is higher than they project it to be now. That increased borrowing cost will mean there's less money available from that line item in the capital stack, and the difference would have to be made up by Princeton. That item is one that I urge you to consider, that when that budget was put together, that line item was accounted for with a pretty high interest rate estimate. It was a very conservative estimate. The likelihood is strong that their borrowing costs will be lower than they projected in that estimate. And that, in fact, as a result of that, more money will be available through the HMFA financing, and that will lead to a corresponding decrease in the Princeton's contribution. And then the third category of items that could lead to a higher cost are items that are imposed on the project by Princeton or the Princeton Planning Board, over which we have control. So if Princeton demands that they do certain things in the project that they weren't otherwise planning to do, and that additional thing, whatever it is, leads to a higher cost, then Princeton should be on the hook for that, is sort of the way this all flushed out. And that, but the point of this is that when we get to that point where they actually budget for all of those different things 6 months from now, if the municipal contribution identified as over $8 million, they will sit down with us and Princeton can reconsider whether things, for example, that it imposed on them that led to a higher cost are worthwhile. And you can pull back on them if it's desirable to do that.
Okay, but the short answer to the question is there's no limit on a possible increase. There's strong hope that there won't be, and it seems reasonable to say there might not be, but at the end of the day, the cost to build something in Freehold is very different than the cost to build something in Princeton, I hate to tell you.
May I just speak to this? My understanding, and Mr. McMahon, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that once construction starts, Pearl is responsible for any increases. If it turns out their estimates are wrong and off by $500,000, that's they have to absorb that. On the other hand, one thing that Mr. McMahon didn't address is that if Pearl fails to get funding, we are on the hook for that money as well. We're being told that that's not likely, but that's the upside and the downside, as I understand it.
Yeah, I'd like to chime in too, because this has been a big sticking point and still is in terms of the Pearl agreement. The $8 million bond is a lot of money that is not really done in all the municipalities that I've talked to. It's very high. And so I would really like it tied, and I asked to tie it to the redeveloper fee, or if there's some way of really putting it in there. But so far, we really haven't been able to get that piece of the pie put together. And there was some good explanation earlier, but I'm still not totally comfortable. And I think, Mark, you kind of nailed it too, that this is an issue that still is a sticking point in terms of as far as I feel.
I thought we just added, didn't we just add a language with a cap in?
Yeah. So I would say also, to answer your question, is because we're going to HMFA for financing for this, is there is a cap on how much money can be spent per unit. So, I mean, that's like the outside cap. But I'm comfortable. We've had, I think, 3 different sets of financial professionals at this point look at the numbers and feel that the projections at this point are conservative. And I think there's confusion when you talk about cost overruns. Like, in my layperson's mind, that means once you start putting the shovel in the ground. And I think it's really clear, and this is spelled out in the agreement, is that Princeton's obligation is fixed when the budget is finalized. So if, at that point, that's what we're obligated for. If during construction they are over budget, there's other funds that are part of that budget where they have to dip into those, but they're not coming back to the municipality to fund that gap. The biggest risk the town has, in my opinion, is delaying, because we know there's money out there from HMFA to fund this, and if we wait, that money could be used by someone else.
Used somewhere else, right?
Or, like, as you all know, there can be some sort of major weather emergency that diverts those funds to another cause. So I think the risk is sort of, the biggest risk is within our hand, it's within our control, is do we get this big chunk of funding that's going to make up the bulk of the $17 million, and that requires our action tonight.
Would it be helpful maybe to have Lara explain some, because I think, I feel like her.
I feel like, you know what, we're in the, I feel like since we're in the public hearing, I'd rather get to the end of that, and then if we feel like there's issues that need to be addressed, we can call you back up. And before, Joel, you take a second bite at it, I wanted to see if there's anybody else who'd like to speak.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yep. I want to get everybody a chance to speak first, and then we'll do, if there's people who are desperate to do a second round, we can do a second round.
Yeah, regarding your question you had about HMFA financing, it's with the HMFA financing, it's basically guaranteed. You're doing tax-exempt bonds, and you get the tax credits allocation as of right. So there is really no question, unless the state runs out of tax-exempt volume cap, which they never do. So I think, there's no real worry there on those two sources of funds. It may come up for other projects regarding tax exemption. I realize it's kind of late in the game for this project. And I agree with your attorney. If the revenue base goes up, your dollars go up. But there's another factor. It's the 11% rate that was a negotiating. And what I was saying is you didn't have, I think, all the information you should have had as on the development pro forma, the details, and the operating pro forma. Because I'm sure when Avalon Bay was negotiating, they're going, well, I'm not making enough money on the development side or the operating side to let you have a 13% versus an 11%. Well, you never really looked at the details because they didn't give them to you. They could run those same details tomorrow. They've developed billions of dollars worth of housing. They can come up with the numbers. They could have come up with them a month ago. So going forward, get the detail, and I know Joel has said the same thing. Almost everybody, and your attorney has, almost everybody produces the detail that we are saying should be part of the basis of y'all's decision.
Just before you go, Joel, I want to give everybody else a chance to speak, and then it'll be your turn.
Hendricks Davis, John Street. I haven't had a chance to really dive deep into all the documents at all, and you went pretty quickly through the presentation. Could you go back and talk me through the tax aspect of this? It seems that maybe if you put that up there, I can understand what I'm trying to ask you better here. There's Avalon Bay is going to get an abatement, not an abatement,
Yeah.
but okay.
So maybe I'll run through just a little bit, and you can tell me if I'm on the right track or if you have other questions.
Yeah.
So
Can I see the one where the numbers are? Would be good.
So when you have a project, it gets assessed certain value,
Right.
and your tax obligation is a reflection of that assessed value.
Right.
The long-term tax exemption law allows municipalities to make property exempt from taxation.
Right.
And then instead of paying a conventional property tax that's a function of your assessed value, you can pay an amount to the town that is a function of the developer's revenue.
Right.
And so this deal will require Avalon Bay to pay the town 11% of the revenues that they realize each year, instead of paying some function of their assessed value of their property.
And that, but, okay, there was a
Okay, and then-
chart up there.
Sure. So
this relates to the question that I have about the resources that are not going to be going to public education. The tax resources that are not going to be going to public education.
Yeah, so of the amount, with the 11% of their gross revenue, we're having trouble syncing the computer with the screen. But of the 11%, the 11% is expected to yield about $800,000 a year payment from Avalon Bay. Of that amount, 5% goes to the county. That's about $40,000. And Princeton will keep $761,000.
Which will be used to
a good chunk of it will be used to pay the debt service on the Pearl project.
For the senior project.
For the senior
as
project.
opposed to paying, to supporting public education.
That's right.
That seems to somehow or another be off, you know, that equation, not the numbers, but that the equation is off, that you're going to get a tax, that they're going to get a, you know, we're going to get $800,000, which would have been generated for property taxes, you know, perhaps at 1.4 million.
Yes.
And then you're going to use that not for schools and other things, but for paying the senior. That seems to me to be.
I can help address that because I think the question was raised earlier, so I'll just take the opportunity to address it.
And is the 30-year timeline of this, is that by statute, or is that just something that?
By statute, the maximum is 30 years.
Okay.
You can negotiate for different periods of time in there.
I'd encourage you to negotiate less time so that we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will say that I want to respond to that, and I think there's still more people who like to speak. I know you're like, so this this deal was actually put together foremost with the larger community in mind, and that includes the school district. And when you think about the Board of Ed, when they're putting together their budget, they have to look at two things, just like we all do. It's their revenues and their expenses. And what this project does is it dramatically reduces their expenses, because there's, 80 units of senior housing that have zero impact to the schools. There's an additional 15 credits of affordable housing for special needs adults that have zero impact to the schools. And so we're able to accomplish a significant portion of our affordable housing with zero impact to the schools. Had we not done this, we would not have been able to do an affordable senior project outside of redevelopment. That's the only really way to do it, because you need to have somebody who's able to do it for you. And it's, you know, we approached other folks to see if they'd be interested in doing senior housing, and they were not. So this was our mechanism to do that. And it's, if you think about the alternative to what that would be, it would be 400 units of housing, all producing kids. And it's like, we want to have a balanced community. And I think that when you take a step back and you look at our affordable housing settlement as a whole, I think we are trying to meet a whole lot of needs in there, and it's a balance. So we have some inclusionary projects. We have definitely a lot of housing in there for families, affordable housing for families. We have 100% projects, because the 100% projects minimize the impact of this immense amount of density that's going to be built over between now and 2025, which is not that many years. So it's a way to have different pieces of a plan where it's not all there, when we first released this in 2018, the big response was from a lot of people, you should be doing this all 100%. Like, why can't we build all the affordable housing at 100%? And it's because it's too expensive to do that. We can't afford to do that. And now we're hearing there's a lot of people who are like, density is a great thing. We should be doing it all inclusionary. We should have as much density as we can. And it's like, those are two philosophies, and you can make the case for either one. What our settlement plan is a balance, which I think makes the most sense, especially given a tight time frame. So there's huge advantages to this piece of the plan for the school district. And the agreement with Avalon is direct between Avalon and the municipality. If the municipality in a few years, when the pilot comes in, wants to make a separate deal with the school district to share, that's totally within the governing body's purview to do that. But it's when the school district is struggling with how much do they need to expand their facilities, like we're at a tipping point right now that it's possible if this puts off the need for a new school for 5 years or 10 years, that's potentially, think about the first bond referendum that was presented to the community. It's all part of a piece, and it's, now that we're consolidated, it's like what is, the money coming to the municipality versus the money going to the schools. In some ways, we're all one community, so I think we have to be working together. We've had great relationship with the school district. We understand the challenges they're going through. We hear from the community the concerns that they have, and this piece of the plan was designed in particular to help address some of those concerns that we've been having. So I understand it's like the schools, the pilot money for the schools is especially attractive to them because it falls outside their cap. And, as we explore, I think we have to see how this redevelopment process goes, and if other developers are going to be brave enough to engage in this process with us, which we hope they are. But it is a powerful tool that can provide benefits across the community, not just to the municipal government itself, but to the schools as well. In this particular case, we have to use the money to pay for the senior development. That's why it makes sense as a piece. So I hope that helps answer where we're coming from. The pilot, in general, the schools it's very attractive to them because it falls outside their cap. So it allows them to have a larger budget than they normally would. Because as it is now, their budget is capped.
If we were to give them
If
some
we
of the
were to give
pilot
them.
money, it would be especially beneficial to them. It's better than tax money to them. Yeah.
Exactly, because the other thing is that, look, it's like these are all projections. The municipality can't enter into an agreement with the schools. I don't think it would be responsible at this point when we don't even know exactly what these numbers are going to be. So I would say in 5 years or in 6 years when Avalon is fully built and stabilized, that's up to a future governing body if they want to sit down and have that conversation. But even if there's no money from this, even if the municipality retains the entire pilot, number one, we're all the same taxpayers. So if your municipal taxes stay flat or go down and the schools aren't getting it, it's all sort of a wash. And what this does is for the wider community, it lowers our costs. Potentially, it lowers our costs not even talking about needing a new school. But if this is the tipping point between needing a new school and not needing a new school, it is enormous. So, that was the intention behind it. And, people can argue, more density is better. We should just have maximum density that will generate a lot of revenue, and we can use that to build a new school. And that is what some people are arguing. There's other people who are saying we should fight growth at every cost, even if we have to spend money for it. So again, it's like this plan is a bit of both. It's not extreme in either respect. And, that's the motivation behind it. So, I understand the concerns. It would be nice if there was like enough money to, have it go around plentiful for everybody, but it's the situation we're in.
I'm just going to insert a quick comment here. This was something that was debated extensively. I think that it can be looked at in two ways as to whether an inclusionary project where more of the pilot went to the schools, would have been another way to go. So I will respectfully disagree with the mayor's analysis of this. Unfortunately, a lot of this is based on things that we don't know. We do not know exactly how many school children will arrive, and therefore we can't suss it out totally. So it's an estimate. We have different ways of seeing it. I think everybody has the best financial future of the town as a whole, including the school and the government, the municipal government in mind. And we have had different ways of going about that. So.
Is that on? Oh, shit, sorry. 11 o'clock. I just want to agree with the mayor. Half of our affordable housing obligation is already built, and we can look around and see that we do have a diverse housing stock. We have Merwick Stanworth, and we have the Avalon Bay at the hospital, and I don't know what another big chunk of it is, but we can already see that if we were to look at it in total, it is a diverse portfolio of affordable housing. And so to have this concentrated 80 unit senior is really kind of a small percentage overall of the whole project. So I think it is good. I also want to remind you that I'm pretty sure that in the former borough, we redeveloped the library, the garage, and the plaza and whatnot, and used a pilot in that redevelopment, and none of that went to the school either, and probably for reasons that are similar in that we didn't produce a lot of school children in that redevelopment. But I do think it's premature to start talking about spending money that we don't have, in part because when we look at how we pay our own taxes, a lot of what even just the municipal tax, even our municipal portion, police, fire, none of those are accounted for in this pilot, and that's fine. I think the mayor outlined the benefits, but before we start giving it away to other people, I think we have to remember that adding however many people this turns out to be to our community will have some costs that ought to be shared. Thank you.
This will be very brief. Mark asked a question earlier, and Kevin answered it, and you spoke to it as well, Mayor, and said that and Mia suggested that Lara answer the question. I'd like to clarify Mark's question one more time. No one wants the senior project to cost more. We all know that things sometimes end up costing more. The price could go up after the agreed upon price is established by the process that Kevin and you mentioned, Mayor. It could go up after construction. It could go up at any point in time. I would like Lara to explain if for any reason, other than the town of Princeton saying, oh, we want you to put marble on the floors, if the project that's agreed upon ends up going up in price at any point, I'd like to understand who's responsible for that overage. Secondly, while I was waiting for my chance to speak, you said two things that I think I'd just like to get clarity on. When you refer to the senior project as having 0 kids, my understanding is that the senior project by law is allowed to have up to 20% non-age restricted. Is that correct?
That's not my understanding.
I'm sorry?
That is not my understanding.
Okay, is there anyone who can clarify that? I've heard that said in
We can,
prior
well,
meetings.
I think that we have some questions for Lara, and when she comes up, we can get clarity from
Great.
her.
The other thing I appreciate going forward is that we often, in our discussion, we often conflate the market housing with kids. The school board recently published data about enrollments at Avalon in 2018 and 2019. In those years were 79 kids and 84 kids. That means virtually conclusively that market units at projects like Avalon generate almost no public school children. And we oftentimes are quick to say that, well, we favor the affordable only projects because that protects us from school kids. In reality, there's an enormous literature, and now proven by the school board's own information, that high quality, reasonably expensive market apartments, such as were built at Avalon, do not generate school kids.
I think we've exhausted the poor microphone here.
Take it as a subtle hint, Joel.
So I just wanted, it's a request that going forward, we be more precise when we talk about these issues, and that when we talk about density, yes, people have different feelings about density, but I think one thing we could and should all agree upon is that the density of market-type apartments, such as will be built on Thanet Road, such as already built by Avalon, tend to generate almost no public school children. Thanks.
Okay, well,
I
yeah, go
I
ahead.
actually just wanted to, while I expect that you're right, I received an email from Beth Barron today, the president of the school board, with a link to Bob Powell's projections for the different affordable sites. And his projection for Thanet's inclusionary project was 86 school kids, despite the fact that we only have 6 affordable units. And I don't know what the explanation is, and you really shouldn't respond to it, but I think that from everything I've heard, Bob is a pretty expert guy.
Respectfully,
be very
hey,
short.
Mr. Schwartz, respectfully, we can't have the back and forth. We just can't. It's after 11 p.m., and I don't think that I think we can argue about how many school kids there are going to be.
I'm not making an argument. It's a request.
Just before you finish, can I just get a show of hands of who else would like to speak? Okay, you're going to be the do you want to speak, Michael?
I don't want to debate and I don't want to argue. My request is very simple. Mr. Powell made a projection. Our schools know exactly how many kids there are. My request going forward is that when we have these conversations, we not conflate a projection, however brilliant the source, and that we focus on the actual reality based on the actual data that our actual schools actually have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just regarding cost overruns, Mark's question, it may give you some comfort that HMFA does have cost caps. It's not hard. If you come in with explanations of why you went over, they will determine whether it's justified. So there is a way to get above the cost caps.
Okay. And I just, I'm actually, for the sake of time, just going to ask Mr. McManaman to answer the questions about the Pearl development. So the first question was, can the Pearl senior development have 20% non-senior affordable in it?
I don't know. I would ask Lara.
And then while she's coming up, can you answer the other question about, I think you answered this already, but about the cost overruns and at what point with the new amended agreement, like where the town is protected and where we where the risk lies in terms of having that be more than the $8 million.
Well, so, I mean, the risk lies, I think, if the HMFA borrowing is more expensive than Pearl anticipated, which we think the risk is low that it is. If the actual construction costs turn out to be as projected between now and, say, June or whatever of this year, the estimates go up, then the municipal contribution can go up. Once we close our financing and Princeton funds its obligation, thereafter, if construction costs go up, that's all on Pearl. So by that point, Princeton's obligation is fixed, and if there are any cost overruns, for whatever reason, that's Pearl's issue.
Great, thank you. And now I forget the question, but
So,
yes, about the
okay.
20%
So
not
it's
being
a-
senior.
It's a 55 and older community. So by federal law, 55 and older allows for people that are under the age of 55 to be there. The reason we do the 55 and older in the community is to actually afford the municipality additional soft funding. So one of the special needs groups that we talked about that will bring $375,000 into the project is those residents. There's a program within HMFA called Money Follows the Person, and it comes with what they call 811 rent subsidy. So the group that is available to are people between the age of 18 and 62 that are coming out of nursing homes, physical needs that no longer need to be in those nursing facilities and can live on their own, but still need the amenities of a senior community, for example, with the hand bars and the grab bars and things of that nature. We obviously want to allow for those to come in. There's a synergy relationship between those residents and our seniors in the needs, and it works really well. And that's why the 55 and older. So that technically, yes, under federal law, you can do that, but the purpose of us doing that here is because if we make it a 65 and older, we don't afford ourselves the ability of that additional soft funding and those residents bringing them into the community, which is a need.
Right.
Is it possible that some of those people under 55 would be school children? Or?
No.
Okay.
No. They have to be 18 and older, and they have to be coming out of nursing homes for the most part, physical needs issues.
So just to clarify, sorry, in some of the other developments you did, I mean, we know that in this day and age, especially with various issues, that grandparents are often in the position of taking care of a child that their children are no longer able to take care of. So what would happen if you were living in the development here in Princeton and suddenly you were responsible for a school-age child? Would you have to leave?
So I don't know the rules surrounding that. I'm not on the management side of the company. We do our best to abide within the tax credit rules and not, we've had this conversation in other areas, and not evict anyone. It's not our goal to evict residents, senior or otherwise. We have to live within the federal guidelines of who can be in a 55 and older community. At the moment, I can't tell you if that includes if there was an underage. Generally, it's no one under 18. But I can't tell you for sure without having that in front of me.
I mean, I wouldn't want you to evict anyone for that
It's not our
reason.
goal.
I'm
Yes.
glad to hear that. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that was the last comment, so I'm going to close the public comment, bring it back to council, and the first item here is an ordinance introduction, ordinance 2020-9, an ordinance approving application for a long-term tax exemption and authorizing the execution of a financial agreement with Princeton Thanet Road Urban Renewal, LLC. Is there a motion to introduce the ordinance?
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Fraga. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Sachs. Is there any discussion on this ordinance? And if not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Perrone-Lambros?
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Fraga?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Sachs?
Yes.
And the ordinance has been successfully introduced unanimously. The public hearing will be on March 9th, 2020. Next, we come to the first resolution, 2088, resolution authorizing the execution of an amendment to affordable housing agreement with Pearl Developers, LLC in Princeton LIHTC Urban Renewal LLC in connection with the development of a portion of Block 5502, Lot 4, commonly known as 101 Thanet Road. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Moved by Mr.
Second.
Cohen, seconded by Ms. Fraga. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, so the resolution passes with a vote of 5-1. Next is Resolution 20-53, Resolution of Need for Princeton Senior Living Affordable Housing Project, Block 5502, Lot 4. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Fraga, seconded by Mr. Cohen. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes. Opposed.
Yes, you are voting no?
Opposing.
Okay. The resolution passes with a vote of 5-1. Next is Resolution 2073, Resolution designating Pearl Developers LLC and Princeton LIHTC Urban Renewal LLC as redevelopers for the senior living development to be located on Thanet Road, designated as a portion of Lot 4 in Block 5502 on the tax maps of Princeton. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Cohen,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Fraga. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, resolution passes with a vote of 5-1. Next is Resolution 2072, resolution designating a redeveloper for a portion of Block 5502, Lot 4, commonly known as 101 Thanet Road, and authorizing execution of a redevelopment agreement in connection therewith. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Fraga,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Cohen. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Yes.
2. Okay, resolution passes with a vote of 4-2. And the next resolution is going to be carried to our next meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Niedergang, seconded by Mr. Cohen. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight.
Appreciate it.